The video is blank. Wait. Does it work now, Neon? I forgot how to do it, man. It has been too long. Oh, thanks. I think today gonna be long. Very long stream today. Écran noir. Ça va et toi, Aliat? Normalement, ça devrait être bon. T'as vu ce qu'ils ont fait la sortie à 1h du mat en France? Yo, Crusher. I'm alive. I was playing a lot of Vessel of Hatred off stream because I could not stream it. I'm finding you. I'm gonna publish some video when the NGA lifts. Is it good? Um, I don't think I can really tell. I think it's everything is NDA, I guess. Yeah, every streamer gonna have a Twitch drop. What is he eating? What's that? Surely, is that a candy? T'inquiète, je comprends, Yacht. Moi, je viens de créer ma société pour Twitch et YouTube et avec la compta et tout, vas-y, laisse tomber. Je pense que je vais repousser à... pour le milieu de saison parce que là, trop occupé. Gummy worms and bear? I think they should just make gummy bear, not gummy worms. Why worms? The earth is flat. The wall is flat. We can see it on the map right here. It's a bit annoying that it's 1 a.m. for me because I will be awake for a while. C'est gentil, merci, je voulais changer avant l'expansion pour faire un truc un peu plus pro, je pense. Infinite damage is for the Bob, not for the Sorc. You don't have that privilege. Like a power nap. We have big plan with Rob about playing and stuff because we played a lot on the early access and we already have pretty much a very good roadmap about what we do, how many hours we're gonna play. So the hour launch was really bad for us. Next topic, pitch your learnings. We can't hear them. Oh yeah, oh my god, on YouTube they can't hear, wait. I have a problem for YouTube. God. Okay, let me try something YouTube. And you're gonna tell me if it's work. Wow, they came pretty fast. Yeah, les notes. On peut pas, c'est trop petit ces notes. Yo, welcome Alex. I'm trying to solve the YouTube problem right now, but Hi Rhyme, welcome in. Thank you so much for your sub.
So first of all, monster intensity. Something we saw
Does it
in
work for
early game
YouTube
was
now?
people weren't noticing the changes in monster intensity because people were skipping through difficulties fairly quickly. And so we've decided to move monster intensity from
Okay, I found
scaling
how to do
over
it, thanks.
normal, hard, expert, and penitent to scaling over torment 1 through 4. Because you're going to be progressing through torments a little bit slower, so you're going to be able to feel the intensity changes, I think, a little more potently.
Yeah, there's a bit more jumps, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, the intensity system was essentially monsters just become a little bit more reliable in their damage.
Right.
They start to predict your movement a little bit more on the projectiles.
Yes.
It's not a massive change, but it should sort of make the monsters feel a little bit more aggressive and dangerous.
Yeah, they just become a little more lethal, I think, ultimately, beyond numerical changes. Second up I want to talk about is one that I'm really, really happy and excited about, actually, is that elites, unique elites, and super elites are 3 different types of elites you can actually fight, if you know that or not. That's the thing.
I can share that on the 4 October, I think.
Like, for example, a super elite might deal actually 2 times
4 October we don't have.
elite.
We have embargo, we can publish anything that is from the early access.
Or poison or whatever.
If you have some idea of video, I record some, but I haven't recorded everything yet. But if you have some idea that you want to see.
There was no way to tell if an affix was spawned by an elite or a super elite. And so kind of seemingly randomly, an affix might deal 2 times more damage to you out of nowhere. And so what we've done is we've normalized the damage that all of these different elite types actually deal, so that when you do see the affixes that they're spewing out, you can expect the damage you're going to receive. Like, you know how much it's going to hit you for.
It's a lot more consistent.
Way more consistent, way more predictable, which is really helpful for not getting randomly one shot.
Our favorite loves those.
Yeah. And then finally, on difficulty, we have some changes to standard
how are you doing?
tiers. We know some of you guys are looking for a challenge, so let's take a look at what a challenge looks like. All right, so we have a level 1 character here in Kiovashad going to the statue to change their difficulty. So,
but they have 200 Paragon.
Well, before they could access normal, hard, and expert, but now they can access Penitent at level 1.
That's mode we only play. Yeah.
Penitent is probably too hard to level 1.
Yes. So you have to beat the base campaign on your account once, and then you can go into Penitent, and let's see how that turns out for this person. Oh yeah, just an Helltide.
Just a few a few too many demons.
Just a few too many demons. Yeah.
What is cheating?
So you can do Penitent at level 1 now. It's pretty hard, guys. So if you plan to go in at level 1, be prepared. But seriously, we know people really wanted to be able to push their builds as far as they could, as early as they could. Yeah. And now you can. So whenever you feel like you're ready for Penitent during your leveling journey, hop in there and see how you do.
Yeah, I know that was like...
I don't understand, like, because for leveling, you can't level up with Penitent.
Penitent wasn't, like, gated way further down the line, and if it could be brought in, so... It's now available at level 1, and as we've shown in the footage, it can be difficult. But I think what's nice is like if someone creates alts and they end up finding a bunch of mythic uniques and stuff which you can use at earlier levels. You then can at least potentially start off in Penitent a little bit earlier and.
But I don't think anyone
difficulty in that type of way, which is nice.
We really want to embrace like
gonna level up again an alt. They're just gonna get carried when you do the campaign and you get your main already.
And again, like to your point, alts just are able to speed run their way to max level by playing at a really hard difficulty. So it should feel a lot better.
And it feels great to just hop into Penitent early, like when you're capable of doing it. It's just awesome.
Yeah, we don't necessarily expect everyone to play at Penitent. It's really hard to play at your own risk. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Your character needs to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about some itemization changes. So we got a lot of feedback that once you got to max level and you were starting that ancestral
like
grind,
leveling challenging,
you were stuck with these
just
items
push
for
some
a pretty
bits.
long time. And we do like that, but we know that people want to see the journey for those non-ancestral items to be a little punchier. And so we've made some targeted changes here to ensure that non-ancestral legendaries have more, well, punch to them. So we've increased the amount of masterworking you can put on a non-ancestral legendary from 4 to 8. We are also allowing them to be tempered twice. Previously, both of those values were exclusive to ancestral items, but now non-ancestrals can go up to that. Additionally, we saw that people were going to like the boss ladder, or they were just finding uniques out in the world, and they didn't drop as it didn't feel like they were dropping as ancestral as often as they should have.
Right, because they're so rare.
Right, they're so rare, and you want finding a unique item to be an exciting moment, and so we've tripled the chance for them to drop as ancestral, and this should help a lot, especially during the boss ladder. When you're killing these uber bosses and they're dropping lots of uniques. A lot more of them are going to turn out to be ancestral. Definitely.
And this should mean that once you're starting and around level 60, you have a lot more progression on your equipment that sort of bridges the gap to ancestral. I also heard a lot of feedback that second tempered affix really is what enables your build to come online, and that's what we're trying to do with this system of ancestral, is that you can get your build online, but then there's still items that you can chase that just enhance that build.
Right.
And we saw that not having that second tempered affix and not having those 8 masterwork ranks really sort of hindered your ability to get that build online, to get into the fun and start blasting.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, because we don't want you to feel like you have to find ancestrals for your build to function. And this change is working towards making that true.
Definitely. So you still have those items you can chase, but you can still get those endgame builds online pretty quickly.
Yep, for sure. And finally, on itemization, we are adding some Scrolls of Restoration to the Season Journey. The Scrolls of Restoration are the Scrolls of Tempering that we talked about at Gamescom. You can use them to reset the tempering chances on an item. And we wanted to add these to the Season Journey so you could just have a couple of deterministic ways to acquire them and use them on your gear.
And this, of course, is not the only place you can earn these Scroll of Restorations. You can earn them throughout the world. There's a small drop chance, and we'll be actually talking about another way of earning them later on as well. So
definitely.
Yeah.
So I think one thing that I'm excited about on the unique changes, if you equate greater affixes in Season 5 to Ancestral, you're actually going to have a higher chance to get an Ancestral unique compared to getting a greater affix on a unique than live, right? So it means that uniques are really exciting. You might actually get the Staff of Endless Rage, for example. Maybe you're not playing a Fireball Sorc, but now you're like, oh, well, I have an ancestral version of this unique.
That's huge.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So it really kind of gets.
But you can only use it once, I think. So it's like you double the chance of tempering, but
yeah, no.
Sometimes you just tempering 8 times the same affix, 1 chance out of 3, and
seeing it drop as an ancestral with greater affixes is about as exciting as it gets for uniques. That's pretty cool. All right, let's talk about some player power changes based on PTR feedback. So I want to start by framing our goals for Torment difficulties. So Torment 1, we want all content to be available in the game. You can fight Lilith, you can fight the boss ladder, you can go to the Dark Citadel, etc. All these activities are available. Torment 4 is intended to be aspirational content. And what that means is you've already unlocked everything in the game when you enter Torment 1. But Torment 4
already
is
damage
the
nerf.
essence of Diablo, build crafting.
Legendary glyph nerfs, less damage.
As far as you can go. And Torment 4 exists for that purpose, for people who want to push their character as far as they can go. And with that said, and the reason why I'm saying this is because we were seeing that people were getting to Torment 4 way faster and way easier than we were hoping for in the PTR. And, which is just another great, it's great that we did the PTR because we saw that. And with that all said, we've made some changes to kind of keep Torment 4 this, really challenging and exciting thing to reach. We've reverted the skill damage bonus from main stat back to what it was in Season 5. So we had actually doubled it in the PTR, but we found that was just giving players too much power.
Too much.
So we sent it back. And we also pulled back on legendary glyph power a bit. Colin, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so we reduced the scaling on the glyphs quite a bit because we found that it was really devaluing a lot of the aspect rolls or rolls on your gear, like when you're getting 2,000 additive.
Yeah, the additive and the multiplicative seems to be nerfed a lot now.
Tempering or through those affix that are dropping.
But it doesn't change anything, it's just the same. But less damage.
We'll cover that a little bit on like where we put some of that power. But overall, we think this feels a lot better. Glyphs aren't just carrying like 80% of your power on a build, and it just feels a lot better so that it doesn't feel as sort of mandatory that I have to get all 5 glyphs and level them up to actually be pushing difficulty. It's a lot more about what are the aspects you have, what are the uniques you have, what are the nodes you're actually getting on the Paragon board. I think it feels a lot better.
Yeah, and like I think one of the important things to say about this is that like it's really awesome to get a tremendous amount of power from one source, but
I think they should rework Conjurer Glyph.
If one source
Alex, I'm gonna play a Sorc on Season 6 and probably Lightning Speed, they don't nerf it too much.
So we want to make sure that every source of power in the game is contributing to your build in very meaningful ways. And so this change is helping other sources of power feel really punchy.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Awesome. I know tons of changes here with player power, tons of changes with like progression, including difficulty and itemization. Do we have anything else on progression? Or
I think one thing I think that's really important to touch on is the torment goals here, right? Because it's a definite fundamental shift from Season 5 in that you think about World Tier 3 into World Tier 4, and you're sort of racing to get to World Tier 4 as fast as possible because that's where all the best items can drop.
The balance change CAMPFIRE, I think we might get the patch note after the CAMPFIRE, maybe.
But essentially Torment 2, 3, and 4 increase the odds of those things happening. So it's just efficiency, right? We don't necessarily want to say you must get to Torment 4 to experience the game or to get the best drops in the game, similar to World Tier 4 and Season 5. It's a very different feeling. So we're excited to see how that plays out, and we want to sort of see what you all think as well.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, all of the content, all of the best gear.
Lightning Speed should be alright if they don't cap anything or do something huge.
That's great.
We should be able to play Lightning Spear.
You can really max out your character there. You get a reward for pushing this harder difficulty by more efficiency.
Yeah, and that's like what affords Torment 4 the means to, or like the space to be really hard. Definitely. Is because you don't have to get there, and so it can be really, really challenging. And some players really love that, and that's awesome.
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, I know the next topic we want to talk about is some of the big system changes that are actually coming with Vessel of Hatred, and also changes that we're applying post-PTR from things that we actually learned. Colin, you want to walk us through and start us off with some of the Paragon stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we got a ton of feedback from the PTR, and we took a look at Paragon. That was one of the bigger changes that we made, where we capped the boards, because we feel like that gives us a lot more space to increase the power of each of these boards and make the choice more about what is the board you're looking for. So
I wonder what they did with Azurath and Frostburn, if they decide to squish the damage. There was also heard of addition.
Like there weren't actually a lot of nodes to flesh it out and sort of build up that Paragon, that extra glyph range that you're going to get from upgrading it to Legendary. So we've done that. We added around 8 to every board. And then the starting board, I think we went to like 12 or something like that, just because, the starting board should feel really good with that first glyph. The next thing we've done is we've taken a look at a lot of the rare and magic nodes, and we've just made them generically more useful. So you think about like two-handed bludgeoning damage on the barbarian is like, okay, like I guess I can only benefit if I'm doing this one very specific thing. And we've just opened that up to say damage, right? That's going to scale everything across your character as opposed to like while you're doing this sort of obscure thing. So we think that feels a lot better. We've also just sort of taken a look at what are the affixes we're giving, like fucking potion healing. I know you're all going to be really sad.
That's my favorite stuff.
I know you're all super sad to see that we've taken potion healing out, but we've just changed it to healing received. We've also just taken a look at things like damage reduction from dots and made it damage reduction. So it should be a lot more generically useful, and those boards should feel a lot more punchy and open-ended, which we really like. And that's sort of doubling down on the spirit of what we've done with Season 4 itemization, right? Just sort of taking back some of these conditional things that aren't necessarily adding a ton of value to your build identity, and just opening things up. And then the next thing we've done is we talked about redistributing some of the power on those glyphs, and we've taken a look at all of our nodes, all of magic and rare nodes, and we've just buffed all of them. So we've doubled all the additive bonuses on rare and magic nodes. We've increased the damage reduction values by about 1.5x, so they should feel a lot more chunky. And as you're journeying through Paragon, right, it should feel like you have more options than to just bum rush every glyph, socket, and every legendary node. There should be some pretty punchy, like, damage sources that you can get, damage reduction sources you can get. We've also done things like all the resistance nodes you have on the Paragon board actually give
I think
max
on the Sorc,
resistance as well now. So
everyone
pretty
uses the same
powerful.
4 or
Done a
5
lot of
board
changes
most
there.
of the time.
So this is one of the first steps we're taking to really improve the Paragon system with the new sort of philosophy of like, we want you to pick what boards you want. And we expect to be updating more in the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that this harkens back to what we were just saying, which is that, you know, it's really fun for all of your sources of power to be meaningful. And so we're basically just taking like the tons and tons of power that was in glyphs and kind of slightly redistributing it to Paragon. So going through your Paragon board is just more interesting and fun.
Definitely. Cool.
Next up, we got, I think, Infernal Hordes.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you remember, Infernal Hordes was under construction during the PTR as we were fitting in, like, how does this going to work with the greater equipment chest, turning it into ancestral items. And there are 3 things that we really wanted to tackle as a part of...
I think we do Paragons with 200,
game mode. So we wanted
200,
we got from
25, 250, 75 and 300.
So
But it's very easy, you just
loot was just dominating
rush the
reward
glyph and don't
landscape
take
here,
the
like getting 200 legendaries
the
from
nodes that are
source
not in the
activities.
path.
It's cool for season 5 and it's the brand new activity for season 5. That's awesome. But we wanted to just readjust it, refit it back in. We still have the Codex of Power that lets you store all these legendary powers. So we felt like we wanted to take more of a quality over quantity approach here. And one of the things that was sort of frustrating about that quality miss was that you didn't really have a way to reliably target those unique items that were coming out of Infernal Hordes. If you think about it, you had to open a chest and just hope that you were going to get one of the unique items out of this chest. And that sort of led to a frustrating and tedious reward flow where you're just constantly opening up.
Yeah, I
these
think we can do
chests
like
over and
4
over and over.
Paragon boards, it should not be that hard.
I've spent, probably more time opening the material chest than actually...
I mean, I think that's everyone's favorite pastime, of just like running around the material chest.
With the cooldown on the chest, like, oh my god, just give me my fucking shit. So it takes forever. So we've taken a look at, how we're going to actually deliver these keys. We've taken them out of the crafting system, but they're not too rare. They're just uncommonly found throughout the world. We want this to be like an oh shit moment when the key drops, just because you're going to get a ton of XP from killing the hordes. You're going to get a ton of materials and a ton of items as well. So we think that will make the keys feel a lot more interesting, and it's not going to bloat your inventory as much, and you really want to use them when you get them. So the next part here is...
You can't craft keys anymore.
Oh, if we could go to Infernal Hordes.
Infernal Hordes. There you go.
The council boss, no matter what, as long as you kill that council, they're going to drop dungeon boss loot, which is going to be legendaries, crafting materials, gold, etc., on top of the Infernal Horde unique items, and that's going to scale with Torment. So guaranteed, every single time you kill that council, you are going to get unique items that are specific to Infernal Hordes.
That's great, because those Infernal Horde uniques are pretty sick.
Definitely. So no more waiting at the chest to get that drop. It's just going to happen. And it feels a lot more like the boss ladder, where it's like, okay, I want to get Infernal Horde unique items. I'm going to be able to reliably get those and get a pull at the sort of slot machine.
Hey, Gavy, what's up?
And then the next thing here is we've...
Hordes remain better for mats than Infernal Horde.
Drop those scrolls of restoration or retempering.
Hordes and Infernal Hordes is the same, no?
From the Infernal Hordes,
you mean the pits?
Not just the Dark Citadel. And that should feel pretty meaty and good. And then we've also guaranteed some amount of ancestral items from that greater equipment chest. And ancestral items are very much more coveted than just greater affix items. So that should feel pretty meaty. And then the chest of materials is now just going to convert all your Aether into materials. You don't have to,
it's all goes well with Sin Vessel of Hatred. I've played a lot of early access, actually. That's why I didn't stream.
Feel a lot more snappy and, less time looting, more time playing. And the gold chest is the same.
Yeah, because just gives you punch.
Next up, I know we have the reward stuff. We kind of spoiled it.
What the hell? But, So
we can just skip this because everyone's already seen it.
So rewards, this is just a bunch of miscellaneous tuning and making the game feel better and more rewarding. Right? So we've significantly increased the ancestral drop rate from Nightmare Dungeons and Whispers. Thank you to the person who ran 1,000 Nightmare Dungeons.
Oh my god.
Definitely fixed the problem there, and that should feel a lot more rewarding. We've also added just experience to the Nightmare Dungeon completion, which just feels better as you're grinding that Paragon. Also, while you're leveling.
The thing is, I think there will always be one activity better than the other.
We've also done miscellaneous buffs to just miscellaneous things. So Hellborn will drop loot, Butcher is going to drop a guaranteed axe, I believe, a butcher's axe. The world boss, treasure goblins, those are all going to drop a lot better loot. It's also going to scale with torment, which should feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for these, like, I guess the Hellborn's not exactly a random encounter, and just the world boss, but like the butcher and the treasure goblin, these like big meaty encounters, like it makes sense for like these to occur, and you're like, give me like good loot because this is uncommon. This doesn't happen that frequently. I want it to be amazing.
It's an exciting moment, and the loot should reflect that.
Yeah,
I love that loot explosion. You know?
Yeah, with the treasure goblin. Yeah.
Nothing beats
Je pense qu'on peut pas parler de tout ce qui est avec Early Access malheureusement.
Yeah, and it guarantee drops legendary no matter what level you are, so it should feel pretty good. The next thing here is we really love how players, or how you all have sort of embraced the Stronghold experience bonus. We've actually just done that across the game, so campaign feels really good in terms of experience granted. Side quests should feel really good, especially in Nahantu. But what we saw with the Stronghold experience in the PTR is that 2 levels felt a little bit aggressive and like sort of forced you to do Strongholds over and over and over. We've just pared that back down to 1.25 levels, which is still really meaty. Like you're getting an entire level from doing these. It's really fulfilling what we had hoped Strongholds were going to provide, which is an alternative means to level. If you want to ride around the open world and do a bunch of Strongholds, that's absolutely a viable way to level up now. We think that like all the quest content in general just feels a lot better because they're a lot more generous there. The other change I'll note here is that a bulk of that experience is going to be from killing the boss, and it's a first-time reward. So that means you're not going to be able to sort of, cheese running Strongholds over and over and over.
Thank you, Rax, for showing that with your friends from your chat that did that in 20 minutes. We most definitely watched.
Hey, it was a good video. I mean, in all fairness.
Cool. And then the next one here is we heard a ton of feedback that rare and magic items just felt like they're adding a lot of noise to Torment. We're dropping a lot more of them. Now they just get auto-salvaged in Torment. Hooray. So,
get them out of here.
Yeah, get them out. And then the next one is just a nice quality of life. The Paragon glyphs now drop from the pit. So when you're doing a bunch of pit runs, you're also going to be getting glyphs. It just means you don't really have to like go out and do other things if you have a bunch of keys for the pit.
Yeah, I mean that's really nice too because theoretically you could enter the pit and not actually have a glyph, but now you will. So you can find one and level up if that's what happens.
Awesome, and I know last but not least we have kind of itemization crap. This is some big stuff here that I know will excite players for sure.
Yeah, so one of the things we've heard a ton from the player base and you all is that I wish I could make a mythic unique deterministically. If I do everything in a season, if I kill Uber Lilith, if I do the season's journey, I want to be able to get a mythic unique. And we saw this as an opportunity to essentially create an identity between the rune crafting of mythic uniques and the blacksmith. We moved it from the alchemist to the blacksmith version of crafting mythic uniques. So now what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to take 2 resplendent sparks to the blacksmith and get a random mythic unique. That means no matter what, as long as you do everything in the season, you're going to get a mythic unique. And if you take those resplendent sparks and you decide, I really want a specific mythic unique, you'll be able to take a set of runes and actually pick which one.
Right.
And what that does is the runes are a lot more flexible. They can be traded. You can also get some incremental progress, right? Because they drop a lot more frequently than mythic unique or sparks in general. So what this means
Random
is you now
unique
have 2 really clear means
to
sort of
craft.
target mythic uniques, and
So it costs only 1. If you craft on random and you don't get what you want, you just salvage it and craft another one.
About that is that it gives runes this like intrinsic trade value, which I kind of love.
Yeah.
Like they have this big purpose towards crafting one of the best items in the game, which is really cool.
Yeah.
I finally can get my Starless Skies.
Yeah.
Cool. And then the next one here is you're going to be getting a lot of salvage in Torment because everything's getting auto-salvaged. So we figured, we should probably give you some purpose and value to that salvage. And now you can take it to the blacksmith and forge random legendary equipment at the blacksmith.
Yeah, this is huge.
I love this change.
And it also has a chance to be unique or mythic and sometimes ancestral. So it's definitely a great place to dump all that excess salvage that you have. And then the next one here is more just sort of a quality of life and nicety. We added runes and we're putting way more sockets on gear.
Yeah.
We just allowed you to add sockets to gear with just the general salvage material. You don't need scattered prisms anymore. Scattered prisms are required for ancestral items. And that just essentially means, I'm missing a socket. can pretty easily add one. And then the next one here is mostly quality of life for alt characters, but the jeweler no longer has a level requirement.
Après, faut pas qu'on ait des problèmes de maths non plus. Hein.
Previously on the PTR, you had to like trade gear to your main character, add a socket. It was super tedious, and we just made it not like that.
Awesome. So tons of big changes coming across a multitude of systems within D4, thanks to a lot of great feedback that we got from all the players within the community, content creators, etc. So thank you guys so much for that. Thank you, Colin, for walking us through that. Next up, we want to talk about some of the class changes and everything. And so Charles here is going to
Toujours des problèmes de maths chez moi.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about some of the class changes that we saw in the PTR. Once again, I wanted to thank all of the players who gave a lot of detail, detailed feedback,
Class update. What about the Sorc? I think we are at the last. The first gonna be Bob.
And all that kind of stuff, new skills.
It's alphabetic order, I think.
And helping to make sure that we make all our class designs as fun and engaging as possible.
I'm gonna bet that they destroy our class. I don't know why, but I can feel it.
As I said, a lot of new class stuff, but a lot of new systems.
They don't like the
across
Sorc.
the whole game, and so we do expect some level of like volatility here. And when a lot of things change, there's a lot of unknowns, and so that's just the mindset we're approaching this patch with. And what I'm going to be talking about here is not a complete detailed list of everything that we've changed from the PTR to live. It's just kind of some samples and kind of talking through our learnings and what we saw on the class design team and what we're thinking about. And so make sure you check out the full patch notes once we're done with the stream. And also, if you a lot.
Did we ever have a build on the Sorc that survived 2 seasons in a row?
Because there's tons of class changes there as well.
If we don't count Fireball, because they tried to nerf Fireball, but they could not nerf Fireball.
We saw that Barbarian class was a little bit too weak on the PTR, and I think even
The
on Season
Barbarian
5,
a little bit
it's
too
just
weak.
generally considered a little too weak. Historically, though, it's been one of our stronger classes, but in recent seasons, it's fallen a little bit on harder times. So a lot of our focus here is buffs to some underutilized skills.
They wanted to nerf Fireball Shatter, but
to upheaval to make it just
they failed to nerf it.
It's a little bit harder. We've got updates to some of the.
That's what I
uniques
think.
that talk to other core skills.
Because they tried to make Shatter gone, but Shatter Fireball was still working after the nerf.
And finally, there's a buff to the Martial Vigor passive. That is a passive in the skill tree that gives you some damage reduction from elite enemies, including bosses. And it might seem pretty small on paper, it's just 4% to 6%, but for every skill rank you have in that, you get that much more. And really, when you're fighting the late game tormented bosses and high torment tiers, it's going to be a pretty noticeable amount of survivability against those boss fights for barbarians.
Yeah, those passive skills add up really quickly when you start getting a bunch of ranks in them and stuff, so for sure.
Absolutely. Moving on to the Druid, we also think the Druid was a little bit on the weaker end of the classes. I think there was a few bugs on the PTR that we're addressing as we go live, where some of their effects, specifically in the Paragon, and some of the key passives weren't quite working exactly how we intended. So they might have been a little bit weaker due to that on the PTR specifically. So we're definitely addressing those. I also wanted to talk about Nature's Fury. This is a key passive that whenever you cast an Earth or Storm skill, there's a chance to cast the same skill to cast a skill of the opposite type. And this was causing some unintended interactions with one of the unique items, the Earthbreaker ring, that ended up proccing or triggering Nature's Fury way more often than we intended. That's because we have this concept of casts, where you actually need to press the button and then, hey, you did one cast. And whenever we do something like auto casts, which is like, hey, I triggered a free skill with Nature's Fury, that shouldn't kind of recursively trigger or trigger the other effects that are looking for casts. But in that particular interaction it was, and so we've fixed that interaction, but then thrown some pretty big buffs to those items and the things affected in that build. We still expect those kind of things, especially landslide builds that use this a lot, to still be very powerful builds going forward. But we just didn't want that one particular unintended interaction to be happening.
And that kind of overshines, all the builds, right? When you have like one build that's, crazy over, the top. So
exactly, yeah. Especially whenever there's one build that's so dominant, it really makes it feel like, hey, I'm playing the class wrong if I'm not doing this, and that's not something that we want. We want you to be able to play all the different ways of playing the classes and feel like it's a valid and viable choice to compete or to complete the game. Some of the other changes on Druid as well, we've got some updates to Great Staff of the Crone. This is one of my favorite
personne en
items
bas à
that
gauche,
lets
pourquoi?
your Claw and Stormstrike build kind of synergize really nicely. We've got just a lot more damage on werewolf skills through the Lust for Carnage Paragon node, basically the same functionality.
We are waiting for the Sorc. Just skip and everything go to the Sorc.
Was particularly falling behind. And an update to the Untamed Legendary Paragon node. This is the new one that talks to companion skills. Previously, it just gave skill ranks, which kind of fell off as you got a lot of skill ranks. Now it's just multiplicative damage, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some companion druids in the new season, especially with the new key passive. All right, moving on to the Necromancer. So the Necromancer is a class that I think we saw a lot of variety for like blood, bone, and shadow builds. A lot of those were competing very well, but a Necromancer is really all about minions, right? And unfortunately, we saw minion builds really falling behind from where we want. And we know that minion builds are like the most appealing part of a Necromancer. And so on the class design team, we're really committed to making sure that
we're not gonna get anything from Familiar. They're just gonna nerf Lightning Sphere and not give us anything.
And we're going to continue monitoring.
That's my bet.
Sure that the minion fantasy is really a powerful and compelling one. We also saw that Necromancer was one of the squishier classes. It had a little bit less defensive oomph than we really wanted. And so we've made some updates here to Reap. It's going to give a little bit longer damage reduction, just makes that a little bit more usable for that, that function. Same with Necrotic Fortitude, gives a little bit more barrier. This is kind of a passive barrier generation, so just a little bit more survivability in that late game. And then the rest of it here is just talking about minion buffs, right? We've got Kalen's Edict, the key passive. This is going to, previously it just gave you attack speed for your minions. Now it's also going to give you bonus multiplicative damage for all your minions. A bunch of the legendaries and uniques that talked to minions, like Ring of Mendeln and Shade Mist, that damage is now properly attributed to your minions rather than the Necromancer themselves, which means if you have bonus Golem damage, for instance, and your Golem triggers Ring of Mendeln, it's now going to benefit properly, and it's going to be multiplied up by those multipliers. So pretty big buffs for those legendaries and uniques.
Yeah,
pretty big buff.
For sure.
Oh, absolutely. Moving on, we've got next class we'll talk about the Rogue. I think the Rogue in general was performing pretty well across the board.
Welcome in the big supporter. I don't know what's that on YouTube, but that must be something big. Thank you so much.
Spin to win.
Yes, Spin to win. The new Dance of Knives skill in particular.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
big
was really
supporter. I need to
Dance
check
of
what's
Knives
that.
landed, as the new skill. It found a lot of use in a variety of builds, and people have a lot of fun playing with it. We did notice a little bit of the melee focused builds with Flurry and Twisting Blades falling behind just a little bit. So a few of our changes here are focused on enhancing the legendaries that talk to those two, Encircling Blades and Blade Dancers. In terms of key passives, we saw Victimize did have a bug that caused its damage scaling to be higher than intended. And so we have fixed that math calculation on how it kind of scales damage based on other damage. Because it was really just a little bit too dominant. And now we think with this update, it'll still be a competitive choice, but it won't completely outshine every other key passive on the Rogue. And some nice little buffs here to Rain of Arrows, just to make it work a little bit better with imbuement skills. Love me some Rain of Arrows. It's a very flashy skill, especially with all those colors with the imbuements on it. All right, and finally, the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer was definitely the strongest class I think we saw on the PTR by a fair margin.
Just a little bit,
It was,
What?
It was quite strong.
What?
People were having a lot of fun with Sorcerer builds, especially with the new key passive Enlightenment. And
they're gonna nerf everything. I can feel it after what they said.
It's all about alternating skill casts. So, okay, you cast a fire skill, you cast a lightning skill, you cast a cold skill, and you get these stacks really quickly.
I can already feel it, guys.
Stacking up unintentionally from some of those auto casts that we were talking about earlier with Nature's Fury, where when you trigger bonus casts from like unstable currents, it was actually ramping up the Enlightenment way too
I can
much.
already feel it.
And so we fixed that interaction, but we think despite that, Enlightenment is still one of the strongest key passives of Sorc. So it's
I mean, them in Enlightenment is the only key passive that we can use.
Really powerful and compelling new key passive to play with once we go live. Two other changes here with the Flame Scar and Oculus uniques. This is kind of adding in this chance to deal double damage affixes for Incinerate and Teleport respectively. This harkens back to what I talked about on the PTR stream, where we're adding these multiplicative damage bonuses into tempering
Enlightenment fix is
for
okay,
weapons.
it's not a problem.
And of course, we
Fire-
can temper onto unique items. But
Fix
for a
fire
lot of
courses
unique
not
items
working,
that are
that's a
about very
buff.
specific skills, such as
Flamescare, I don't care. Oculus, we don't care. And Tal Rasha is a buff.
That enhance those skills in multiple
For the moment, they are
to really
showing
make sure
buffs.
that,
Where are
you know,
the nerf?
Incinerate gets the same benefit.
But
from
Tal
using
Rasha from
that
5 to
unique,
8 is very
as
nice.
opposed to just a legendary that you would temper this affix onto anyway.
It's a massive buff.
Yes, absolutely
Incinerate
massive.
size
Yeah,
is
it's
like, I had
good.
to like pull out a ruler. Like, is it actually?
Yeah,
actually.
Is it
10%
working?
more
Yeah.
pressure, you know?
Yeah, incinerate size and teleport size maybe not the most compelling affix. Now you just get some of this multiplicative damage. If somebody wants to make a an Oculus build where most of the damage comes from teleport, that's going to be awesome. We'll see if you can manage to make that work.
Yeah, I love that idea. Oh my god.
I already have a
Oculus,
build
that's not
page.
gonna be,
Ooh,
not gonna be me.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, once again, I just wanted to thank everyone for all the great feedback. We on the class design team in particular are always reading and listening to feedback on how you're playing the classes, what builds you're finding fun, what things are over or underpowered.
Buff the
we listen
Sorc,
to it, we
buff
read
the
your
Sorc,
feedback,
buff the Sorc.
We watch the videos that you make. We really appreciate all of it, and it really helps us to make the game as best as possible.
Awesome. Thank you so
Buff
much,
the
Charles, for
Sorc.
walking us through all the changes coming for class design. It's actually
I don't
not
know
all the
what's
changes that we saw
Flamescar.
right here. As Charles mentioned, we do have patch notes actually going live after this stream.
Yeah.
You will see
Prepare to cry. When I reach the patch note with you guys, it's time to cry.
2.0 patch notes. So there's 202
Two
and
patch note?
201. 202 is actually not on like people's PCs yet. You haven't preloaded that. That is going to be the last update you'll need to
What?
grab before we jump into launch for Vessel of Hatred. But you will get all the patch notes after the stream, so you can dig through all the class changes that we didn't cover and all the ins and outs of it between now and what we had for PTR. So last but not least, we have Rune words. So I think
Oh,
we'll jump straight
I think
into
they're
it.
gonna nerf the runes words. Many people complain about that.
So, again, awesome feedback. We got lots
Petrify
of
and
different things
stuff.
that came in, and we've heard multiple times a couple different things with the rune words that really just people kept repeating over and over again. Really, mostly stemming down to two major issues with the whole system. And so previously, we had on the PTR. We had the legendary runes that were a lot stronger, because you want to reach that point eventually to where you get the powerful runes.
Warcry and
you
Petrify,
play the game
everyone
that
playing
way.
that for sure.
Well, that was kind of
They are nothing
a lot
defend.
of the other possibilities. and, like, the
Legendary
idea
rune
that we
was
had with
clearly
the
more
runes, right?
powerful and only
Mixing and
gave
matching, creating
multiplicative
different
damage.
combinations.
Yes.
So what we are ending up doing now is we are taking that top end and we're going to bring it down. And then on the flip side, the second thing that we heard a lot of is those bottom runes. Those
I don't buy
say
that.
bottom runes. The
I
magic
think the
and rare
bottom
runes
runes
that you
just
find
stay
a little
bottom
earlier,
runes.
especially those runes of ritual, where those are the ones where you're actually like doing things to gain offering to then invoke those runes of invocation, those powers that you have. Those were intentionally a bit lower so that you have some progress, but it felt like
We're gonna find out
get
resistance
them,
in a bit.
it wasn't enough.
When
You
I got the
didn't get
patch
to really
notes,
feel
I will
those
tell you.
runes happen and pop off when you get them. So on the other side, we are taking that bottom end and bringing it up. So together, we're kind of, I don't want to say flattening out, but we are making it a lot more options for the players to really have choices throughout your whole journey rather than just a linear, get the stronger one and then obviously it's stronger. And what this will also do, and the focus on this is to also make those utility runes really,
What
really
is
potent
you
and
or no
really pop
Metka?
off and a lot more visual things to happen.
I only know
And then finally, we
Yom,
removed a
Tam,
couple
Yam.
runes that weren't quite meeting our
But what was this for?
expectations.
Anyone
We
remember?
have this thing that we say every once in a while, which is like condense the fun. And we
I don't
wanna
even
make
remember the rune that they
like,
removed.
The ideal situation where we have
Never heard
the
of
runes
that.
we have are the ones that are cool and fun, and not like over bloated with just a bunch of things that don't always like.
Had to go to Maxwell Planet to
We
check.
want to have lots
Yes.
of options, and we don't want individual runes or effects to really overshadow everything else. But that does mean that we want to make sure that all the options are really compelling. And so ones that aren't meeting our bar, we just would rather take them out rather than leave them in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's
we're
too
always
hard.
gonna be
Like,
adding to the rune system.
Of course.
it's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
hard
yeah.
to make all the runes viable because we are all gonna use the same rune in the end on the Sorc. I don't know about other class, but on the Sorc we all use the same.
So we want when a
I
rune
think
drops for it to
all
feel
the
like,
Sorc
oh,
gonna
this
use the
rune's
same
for
rune
everything,
anyway.
right?
It's important that every choice in the rune system is meaningful. Like every possible rune you can take or combination, like there's something there, right?
Yeah, you want to feel it for sure, and it doesn't want to be something that you just like, oh, I got this rune, and it's like, well, let me find another one. So, all right, so here's some examples of some of the big outliers.
Oh,
we heard lots
Warcry's
of
big
feedback
stuff.
around these two especially.
24% less damage.
So while it was giving berserking to everyone, it was a big power bonus.
24% less damage.
Down a little bit by just it's no longer going to give that that enhanced version. It's just the baseline version. So
500 to 600 is not a big deal, but 24% less damage is hard.
Still be able to gain that power as they would expect, and then down with the Yam, which is that Druid Petrify. The rune itself is not changing. What's actually changing is on Druids themselves, their ultimate there is no longer going to give that critical bonus baseline. It's not going to be the enhanced version. So if you want that as a Druid, you can still get that big, powerful critical damage bonus.
What about the Sorc
then?
then?
That baseline is going to be that big stun, that big AoE moment that you see everything on the screen freeze, and also just juice you up with a bunch of resource. And this is general like class resource. So unlike what it'll say for the Druid is it says their spirit goes up. On the rune, it says it is your resource.
Did he just say Yom is just a stun and give you like resource?
Where you can kind of reset. So
if I'm a sorcerer, it doesn't.
Where is our 1.5 multiplication?
You don't just get a second bubble that then fills up the spirit.
Suddenly you're a druid.
That'd be weird. Yeah.
Yom is a stun now.
More emphasis on the utility of runes, which is sort of what we had been originally intending, right? Not every choice is going to be a multiplicative damage source. So you should have a lot more options. It's more focused on utility.
Yeah, absolutely.
And stealing other classes.
We get 100 a resource and we stun enemies now.
Thing you can do in an ARPG, and just when we notice these ones were really those ones that are overshadowing every other option, we still think those will find a great niche.
What was good? There was a rune with crit now that give you crit damage.
Absolutely.
There is also a necro rune, I think, but still very underwhelming.
Examples. Again, I want to preface, this is not all of them. There are a bunch of changes.
Spiritborn Vortex?
Patch notes, as we had already talked about. But some of the big ones that I wanted to show off here.
Meteorites?
So Spiritborn Vortex, that's the one that pulls everyone in, you group everything together. That is going to be almost, you're going to be able to get that off almost twice as often as it was before. So you're combine that in with something that has some grindy damage in the middle, and you're going to be just having this pop off all the time, as well as so we call them sub powers. Those are things like the sorcerer meteorites or like the barbarian earthquakes. Those things that happen based on other things, but they create like another power that comes out. We are juicing those up a lot more. So these should be some of the most powerful versions of these sub-powers in the game from these runes. And as you can see here, Meteorites is jumping up a whole bunch, as well as the offering cost is going down, so you're going to be able to summon a lot more of these as well. And then one of the other things I saw feedback was around the Se rune. I don't know exactly how to say it myself. I'll have to ask you even about that after this. But where you summon spirit wolves, and they didn't feel as impactful because their AI was not as poppy as like say the necromancer's minions running around a lot more quickly. So we adjusted that, and so we're gonna have a video coming up here in a second, and we can see. So now you're gonna summon those wolves. They're gonna pop up and do their attack. And if you jump to the next pack, they're going to jump forward. Except this is going to happen a lot more frequently than before. So now if you, say, fight that pack, jump to the next one, every time those wolves are going to just keep jumping and keep leaping. And this works in ranged as well. So if you're fighting some enemy over here to the left, and you fight.
Head of
you
position?
attack them,
We don't know
wolves are gonna
yet.
jump immediately over there.
I mean, I
And then if you
know,
switch
but
to this other
we
group on the right,
officially
those
don't know
wolves
for
are
the
gonna jump
moment.
across the screen because we've also increased.
Man, I wish I could talk about the early access now. I have so
Yeah,
many
they're a
stuff
lot
to
more
say, but I can't say
responsive,
anything.
and, like, even in that clip, we saw them jump into the pack at basically the same time we did, right?
Yeah.
They are right there with you. They're not lagging behind. And
I wish the
that's-
embargo
that's
would
always,
live
like, the worst
today
feeling,
and I
like,
could
hey,
say
this thing,
anything, but
where
no.
are they?
Yeah,
What are they
it's
doing?
like they're back
lagging
there
behind.
a mile away.
they're
Yeah.
Just
no
thinking
longer
of it,
lazy
just-
dogs there.
Yeah, they were tired. They were tired.
Tired little
What would you have then? They would kick me out from
And then here's some
Blizzard
examples
partner
of those,
probably,
runes of
and
ritual. Again, those are the
I'll
ones
probably
that,
be in
are
trouble.
generating this offering. And so these are mostly going to be changes to those magic and rare runes, where we've taken that offering they give and we've
Federal
really
price.
knocked it up to be a lot closer to
I
what
don't think I
legendary
can go to jail,
versions of
but
these are, and that should hopefully
in
give
any
us
case,
a
it's
lot
not
more
respectful to
options
not
when it comes to
respect
deciding
NDA, you
which
know.
combination of which runes that we are using. So.
It also just means things
Yeah,
are a lot more
Talrasha got
reliable.
buff.
Like, you're
From
actually
5
getting
to 8
drops
is
way
very
more
good.
often with these
That way you can
buffs.
just cast
Actually,
like
to
Ice
see the,
Armor or
you know,
Flame
the fun
Shield when
happen,
it's
right?
up,
See those effects
and
happen
you
a
don't
little
have
bit
to
more
think
often.
too much about
Yeah,
Talrasha
so
stuff.
tons of rune changes that are coming, and as Anthony mentioned, there's
By the way,
way
if you
more,
want to see anything
details in the
from
actual
Vessel of
patch notes
Hatred
themselves, so people
before
can
the
check that
launch,
out
like if you want to
after,
see some
the stream,
content,
along with all the class changes, the
like
system changes,
Under
the
City, Dark
corruption
Citadel and
changes,
stuff,
it's all
just let me
detailed
know.
out
I
for
haven't
players
recorded
specifically.
any,
You know,
like
one of the
everything
things
yet.
that I think we might have forgotten it, and you know, I'm very concerned about monitor violence.
Oh, yes.
We heard a lot of people were wanting to punch and punch their monitors.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
When you get a greater affix on impairment resistance. So,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
as
Oh, yes.
monitor enthusiasts, we've just removed that from the affix
Yes.
pool.
Yes.
So please
Yep.
don't.
Please
get mad
don't.
at
No, I swear, yeah.
Less punching of monitors.
Save the monitors.
I'm talking with
And one thing I
Norfe
do
actually,
wanna
but
call
he
out on
didn't
Rune
want to
is we
join me
actually,
on stream
funny enough,
because
we
he's
got a
being
lot of
lazy.
feedback about players saying like, hey,
No,
we noticed,
he's-
like, different art.
I don't know if
some of
he's
the
lazier
classic
than me.
runes that they may have seen from,
Because
like,
he
that
does all the
D2,
guide update for Maxwell,
that art has
which
been
I would
updated
never
to
ever do.
match, what you
It's
saw
too
in
much
D2,
trash for me. Like,
so,
update all your build
yeah.
at the
That's
beginning
fair.
of the
Yeah,
season,
shout
every
out
season.
to the history of runes there for everyone. So, thank
Lightning
you guys
Spear
for-
looking,
for,
or
jumping
the
into this.
new
And I will
max
say,
build.
like, this team is going to be staying vigilant through the launch.
We're gonna talk
of
about
Vessel of
that when we
Hatred,
got the patch
with
notes.
Our live ops teams here. Shout out to our live ops team who will be helping us out through multitudes of patches, hot fixes. We're going to be paying attention to the community.
Also,
and
I don't know.
hearing
I
all the
don't think
feedback that players
he was
have, and
pretty busy,
we'll
I
be jumping
think,
on a
with
lot of
his live.
the big things that we do notice and we do want to jump, like kind of address earlier on, especially right after launch. So our cadence is going to be quick. So do expect that. We'll be posting all notes, all hotfix notes, etc. Whenever they do come up. So thank you guys again for joining us today to talk about the PTR learnings.
Oh,
Next
they're gonna
up,
make
we
a
actually
swap
are gonna start
change.
talking about the next
Boom.
season coming
They're gonna
to,
change people?
Diablo 4, which is season 6, and that will actually start with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. We're going to do another quick mic swap, musical chairs thing. Maybe we turn on Benny Hill music or something like that. But we'll be right back here with our next group to talk about Season 6.
Who is the next group? That's it for the balancing? That was very quick. I feel like they didn't tell us anything. Hey, Nyalk, 144, nice. 6 more to get the achievement, man. Winterglass survive another season? How? We didn't get any information about Winterglass yet. Okay, who wanna take a bet about Winterglass? I think there is more chance that they destroy Winterglass than they don't touch Winterglass. Because in Season 5 it was already causing lag effects. They had to tune it down because it was causing lag, so I don't think they're gonna miss the opportunity to nerf Winterglass. Wow, the dancing goblin. Gauntlets? Your build for pit push? Yeah, you can use Ice Blade or Frozen Orb, it doesn't matter. I use Ice Blade because I think I use Ice Blade in one video and Frozen Orb in other one, it doesn't matter. The Gauntlet is gone for Season 6. They talked about the Gauntlet in some article, I think. They said there's not gonna be Gauntlet for Season 6 because they need to stabilize something, like they said stabilize the meta or something. And so there is no Gauntlet for Season 6. Fortnite Dance? Is that a Fortnite Dance?
Sorry for that.
Who was this guy? Hello.
Dancing Demons and everything like that.
Who are them? Hello, hello, hello.
But we're back here to talk about Season 6. This is the new season coming with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. And I'm joined by this wonderful group here. Brent, who we already know, our game director here. But Tim, Don, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yes, my name is Tim Ismay. I am one of the lead producers on Diablo 4. I mostly work on seasons.
I'm Don Adams. I'm the lead season designer for Season 6, the Season of Hatred Rising.
Also known as content supervisor.
Also known as content supervisor.
There you go.
From time to time.
There we go. Awesome. So, as Don just mentioned here, Season 6 is Season of Hatred Rising. Tim, do you want to explain to us what Hatred Rising, or Brent?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we started off with this, we really knew we wanted to make sure that
Almost all my amazing mods are present today. The Avengers.
We wanted that to be day and date.
We are all ready to see our class getting destroyed. Only Lani doesn't play Sorc.
The hatred of Mephisto and Nahantu is spilling out into the rest of Sanctuary was kind of the anchor that we're holding on to, and we started talking about what that would mean to make a whole season around that.
Awesome. And I know with
Yo, even Haki is here. Haki is surviving the university.
Rising, they're hearing about, you know, Mephisto and his hatred potentially leaking out into Nahantu, maybe the rest of Sanctuary. Like, what can players expect with this actual season?
Make us go speed farm LS, get top 60, nice. MG finally playing the game.
Players have already gotten exposed to. So anybody who's playing on the PTR has been reading about the changes we put up there. Fundamental to the release of
Look at those mods seem loving each other.
Big changes.
How lovely.
Every single class is going to gain access to new skill points. They're going to gain new skills across all the classes. They're going to gain more Paragon points, new legendary Paragon glyphs. These are all changes that are being added to the base of the game, meaning you do not need to have Vessel of Hatred to gain access to these. You also will still have access to these after Season 6. These are permanent changes to the game. On top of that,
is that a pay to win if you got more skill points, more Paragon points?
And new mythic items, crazy powerful mythic items that are going to unlock just new levels of power that were not possible before in the game. Now,
I'm wondering if you buy Vessel of Hatred, if you got more skill points and more Paragon points and so.
So you have the ability to challenge these new levels of power. I want to say that it's all going to even out well.
I'd add 2 points to Frozen Orb for extra damage. No, I would not do this because Frozen Orb doesn't do any damage.
That comes in. I know that maybe it'll be out for a day before someone's posting a video and saying, "Oh, look at this! I do 1 trillion damage," and it'll go all over the internet. Like, I've never seen numbers this big, and that's yeah. But we tried. We tried to get it there. You're going to see crazy builds. Those are going to link into new difficulties that were never there before to try and all this new content.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I know all these things that players got to experience a little bit in PTR. They got to see it. They got to check it out early. But of course,
That's kind of
there's
pay to
more
win
kind of
than MG.
associated with this specific season. So, Dawn, do you want to talk a little bit more about what players can also see beyond what Tim kind of walked through?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rosenham doesn't do
as
anything,
we
yeah.
mentioned, this is the season of hatred rising, so we really wanted to theme it around Mephisto's hatred creeping out of Nahantu and into the rest of the world. So let's go ahead and take a look at our visual aid here.
What?
Beautiful.
Now,
What's
I
that?
I was promised.
Official documents.
I was promised that this would be turned into real art when I sent this over. I didn't think we'd be showing this, but hopefully this will all make sense by the end of the presentation. Just
Oh,
for now,
I
just
understand.
taking it,
There you go.
just enjoy it.
Everyone loves designer art. It's
a Realm Walker, I
core
think.
to all our live
Did he
streams
say
that we
Realm
do,
Walker, something
art
like
by
this?
Don Adams
Isn't
here,
that
so-
monster from
Yeah,
Diablo
and
3?
frankly, I think it speaks for itself. I don't really know that there's much more to say. But let's go on and go ahead to the next slide here, and let's take a look at some real art to get you ready for the season here.
So you kill that guy and you
This is,
enter
of
his
course,
portal?
Amazing key art from Dave Raposa. I just love kicking that demon in the face. That's makes me happy every time I see it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, and I'll get into some
Doing
actual
what's
details
wrong?
about how this stuff shows up in the world, what you're going to be looking for when you're
Probably
hunting
not
these
have
guys
enough
down.
gear.
So you're going to see these hatred rising zone events that cycle frequently throughout the world. When these are up, everything in that area is going to be corrupted by hatred. You're going to be seeing environmental changes, lighting changes. The monsters will actually have, kind of hatred gummy goop on them. You can be ambushed from portals randomly. And really all this is just setting the stage for the Realm Walker. So you'll have a separate event icon. that will let know when the
You
Realm
can do
Walker
more
is gonna be
Paragon
up.
if
It's
you
a-
want,
it's
but
a
I think the
world event, so
Paragons
it'll be
that
in
we're
that
gonna
list on the
use
map with,
for Season 6,
other,
we're all
like,
gonna
world
use the
bosses
same
and Legion events
boards
and stuff.
and
And
roughly the
we have
same
some video
runes.
here to kind of show you what it looks
But
like.
I've done everything
Actually,
else.
I think we have another
Just the
slide now about
Paragon
the
I've
Realm
done
Walker
it, but
first, so-
pretty quickly.
Yeah, so this is what he looks like in game. He's awesome.
The Fundraise Golem.
These are just big.
The Fundraise
hulking kind
Golem
of
from,
monstrosities stomping around, just spreading Mephisto's
DLC?
hatred. They summon in monsters from a plane of hell through this portal on their back.
Those fucking
and, a lot of the
fire
monsters they summon,
heads.
most of them are actually new monsters from Vessel of Hatred of the Hollows family, which are super cool.
They were
and
so
gross.
hard to kill. I hate
So I
them.
think now we can take a look at what it actually looks like in game. So here's some players waiting for him to spawn. He starts burrowed like that.
This
and
is from
you kind
D3?
of click the portal to summon some stuff to fight while you're getting warmed up here. I just love these enemies. I think they're so cool, the Hollows. So he busts out of the ground, and this is actually, we want to do something new with this event. And lean into the fantasy of this giant thing just like stomping around. So it's actually a walking world event. He has several different paths he can take throughout each area. He walks through the zone.
Are you keeping
and
my
as he walks, he
secrets?
just leaves this, chaos
I
behind
hope
him.
you're
It's like
kidding,
summoning
man. I made
tons
so
of
many
hollows,
videos
and,
explaining
if you
everything
get in
about
front of him, he
anything.
just punts you out of
If
the way and
anyone
keeps
pass
going.
me, I
You
don't
actually
care.
can't even damage him directly in this phase, but if you
It doesn't do
kill
anything to
enough
me
of
if
the
someone
ads
pass
that he's
me.
spawning, it'll create these bloodbound guardians. Killing these will shave some of the HP off of the Realm Walker. So when he reaches the end of his path and you can actually fight him, you'll have less HP to burn through. So this is a nice way to incentivize actually participating, sticking around for all this chaos. Obviously lots of XP and whatnot from the mobs as well. So this is the
So what I understand is you have
event that
to
he kicks
follow
off
the
when he
Realm
actually
Walker
gets to his destination.
and
When
just
you
follow
interrupt
him
this
and
ritual
kill
by
everything and
destroying
waiting
all of
for
these,
him like
these
to fight him.
destructible, hatred spires, that's when you'll actually be able to fight him directly. And I think we're going to see that here very quickly. This is a really cool.
Yo,
encounter.
welcome,
There's just
Yarek.
lots of,
If you have questions, feel free to
here's
ask.
big-
But you
big
need like
smashy attacks. He sprays a lot of damage everywhere.
pretty nice
Okay,
gear
so
to
they've
do
taken him
one
down,
like more than
and when he
155.
dies, that weird portal on his back drops.
Do you want to
down
see a
and stays
gameplay of
open,
this?
and,
I can make a
there's
video
only
about that if you
really
want.
one thing to do with
But
the
I
wood
don't.
portal.
Oh, it's bloodshed.
Yeah, so you go in the portal.
But I don't think
More
it's
options.
people want to see that.
Portals are made for.
Successfully killing the Realm Walker taking down this massive demon finally grants you your reward of more demons. So you're going to go into the Seething Realm. This is part of the Mephisto's area of hell. So you are going to have to continue fighting in here. It is not a barren landscape, but the demons you fight in here comparatively, if you were strong enough to take down a Realm Walker, don't be too worried. I think you're going to be able to manage the demons inside of the Seething Realm as well. This dungeon is a little bit more of a reward dungeon. So once you get in here, you're fighting your way through to get specific buffs at the end of it. So if we want, we can jump into the video here. Yeah, this is the first section. And this part, you're just kind of mowing through some of these smaller guys. You're really just looking for a specific gate here. There's a portal that you're going to be activating.
The thing is, we're not playing with the last version of the game, so they might change stuff of the build we've made.
Click on this. You now have options. Based on a few consumables that you can put in, you can go into sections that are more focused on equipment bonus, a gold bonus, you can get a socketable bonus, you can get more endgame items with like compasses and boss materials. So you're going to pick one of these and decide that's the section I want to go into.
Yeah, I hate Fireball too. I met the Fireball guides pretty early in the season and no one was playing it. There is only one person that decided to push with Fireball actually.
So again, this is not an empty area. You are going to have to fight through it. You're going to encounter more hollows in here, some more elites. All of this leading up to a chest at the end. Here's your reward. So finally, you just click on this. You get your reward. Ah, just kidding. Yeah, of course it's a cursed event.
Of course.
You're going to have to fight even more demons. Nothing's free in hell. This is just how you got to do it. So you fight your way through some more elites. But don't worry, I believe in you. You can get through this. If you kill the last guy, there's one more there. Take him down. Come on, you can get it. All right. So he goes down. Now you get your prizes. You're going to open these chests. There's a variety of loot that you get, but one specific item that you're looking for in here, which is going to be a Seething Opal. So these little, there they are, yeah, little Seething Opals. They got a little seasonal marker on them. This is special to Season 6. When you get these, I'm going to take a look here. This is going to be a buff you get based on the one that you chose. There are some fundamentals you always get. So a Seething Opal always gives you a 15% bonus to experience. This is especially cool because it stacks with elixirs. You can have an elixir and a Seething Opal active at the same time. That's a huge bonus. On top of that, any Seething Opal that you use is going to allow you to now get reputation with the remnants of the Zakaru. Don will talk about that more in just a second, but that's going to be the reputation track for Season 6. And then beyond that, you will get a bonus depending on which portal you went through, which section of the Seething Realm you decided to go into. Here we go. Yeah, if you want to snapshot this, anybody who's screenshotting, these are some of the bonuses you can get. As you can see on here, you're getting maybe more items, maybe more gold, more socketables. So these bonuses are going to occur while fighting anything while having this buff active. So equipment, as an example, maybe I wanted more items to be dropping. When you kill monsters, there's a chance that they're going to drop a cache that is going to give you some additional loot. And if you're playing content in, let's say, further in the end game, the monsters
but just to get more XP for the Paragon, I guess.
We've adjusted that as well. If you play through the pit, as an example, we have added an additional drop at the end of the pit, again, that procs based on which Seething Opal that you chose. There are a couple up here at the end. Oh, the socketable one I should mention.
It works for 1 to 62. You can do Rune Walker, I think,
this
1
one is more
to
for
60.
people that are trying to get more runes. So, you know, obviously you need to have Vessel of Hatred to get runes, so that's what's going to make this valuable to you.
But it's cool to also see like boss summoning items on here. Infernal compasses as well. Infernal compasses themselves are going to be very valuable because it's as Colin was mentioning before.
I did. What the fuck?
We saw what you can.
What are you talking about, Ashley? I don't even know how to mod you because you have a Korean name.
Opportunity to get more compasses for getting in there.
Yeah, Seething Opal of Torment, I think is great.
I think that grape flavored opal is going to be very popular.
the grape one is going to be pretty popular. And a question I just quickly saw because you mentioned stacking with elixirs. Does it also stack with incense?
Yes, it will stack.
You haven't slept, so why? Can you still yap even if you have not
XP
slept?
right there,
You get
which
a
is
lot of
actually really
experience,
cool.
yeah.
So that's awesome. So obviously, like you know, we're seeing the rewards here, and one thing that you had mentioned, which was the Zakarum remnants. Like, what Don, can you like talk to us a little bit about kind of what that progression track is going to be?
Yeah, sure. So These are the Zakarum remnants.
Does
You've
Ashley
probably
have
seen
a
these
sword
guys in
now?
Hawazar.
God.
These are the Crusaders with the rusty armor that have just been kind of bumming around since they failed to find Akarat's tomb.
Oh, he has a sword
They
now.
have
No,
a very
fuck.
personal connection with Mephisto. He of course destroyed basically the Zakarum order many years ago, and at this time they're still just not really ready to stand up and fight this at full force. Right? They've been dealing with cultists.
Please welcome to the
they're just not at their
Avengers.
full strength. So. You'll meet this Crusader.
There are some
right at the
mods
start
who
of the
has
season
bigger
who,
sword than
will
other
give you
mods.
a
People
very
need
simple
to know
intro
that.
quest, basically to guide you to kill a
But
realm walker, clear a seething realm.
the mods doesn't
and
know who
he'll
has
be
the
your
biggest
point of
sword.
contact for reputation
You gotta
awards
find out
following
who has
that.
the
So,
biggest sword.
Basically, we built this in a way that, with the opals giving rep for all sorts of different activities, the idea is that you can, go and kind of do whatever you want to do, as long as you're checking in periodically with the Realm Walker and keeping a stack of these opals on hand. It's very open-ended how you want to push this reputation track.
Yeah, it is always nice to see that anywhere that new demons occur in the world, there is always some faction out there that's trying to take care of them and would appreciate your help. So the Zakarum here, they've had a rough go of it, but if you can help them out, I think that we can handle this problem.
They're not at their best right now.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really like about the way we've looked at this whole package is that not only have we done a bunch of diligence in making sure that the story is taking part in all of Sanctuary, we're touching on some really cool lore stuff that has existed for a long period of time, but we're also leaning into a theme of giving the players more control over the experience. And so whether it's the choice of reward or being able to stack these rewards to get specific outcomes, you're going to see that not only in the season, so everybody's going to get access to this.
They
in the
buffed
season,
Al Rasha,
but we have that
Ashley,
thing
actually.
also creeping
They
into some of the
nerf
stuff you'll see with the Vessel of Hatred content,
the
just a
War
few
Cry
months.
and they remove
Yeah, so,
Petrify.
hopefully
Petrify
the
just
higher
it's just a
list that we
stun.
saw at the beginning, the designer. Hopefully this
There it
makes
is.
sense now, right?
Yeah.
You kill the Realm Walker to get the portal. You do the portal to get the opals, and then you go do, the MS Paint sort of shapes of all the other activities that are in the game. You can also just chain run the Realm Walker if you'd like as well. He's up very often, and I expect people will
Winter
kind of,
Glass,
go back and forth on how
100%
they're interacting
invisible
with
in
it.
patch
You
notes.
stack a bunch of opals for the weekend or something, right?
If you hate
100% mana, good.
You can.
They buffed Al Rasha from 5% to
Exactly that.
8%.
You get the opal. It's a
And
great buff,
25%,
and now
I think,
pro
but
players
25
have
was
to
still
do
in
new
the
content that's coming out in Vessel of Hatred. If you buy
in the
expansion,
PTR, I
got
think.
a lot of options there, so you don't have to just play the seasonal content. You'll play this other stuff while still having the buff.
Including the Vessel of Hatred campaign, which is kind of a first, right? You'll need to have completed the base campaign, but you can play the Vessel of Hatred campaign alongside the Season 6 content, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so huge for people that have base game or Vessel of Hatred can partake in the content for this season. Don, Tim, thank you guys for walking us through all the Season of Hatred Rising content that's coming with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. This is starting right at the beginning, right when Vessel of Hatred actually comes out, which is on, again, October 7th at 4 p.m.
For some
Pacific.
people.
For 4 p.m. Pacific time, which is for everyone because it is one global release. So
Right.
yeah, so
It'll be the 7th for me.
yeah. 7th for us here in California, but for other people, if you follow time zones, that's what it'll end up being. So we'll see Tim more during our Q&A at the end, but we are actually going to jump into some of the Vessel of Hatred features next. We're going to do another musical chairs, Benny Hill style, swap out some mics and everything, but we have a lot to talk about. We got Spiritborn stuff to talk about. We got Kurast
That's
Undercity,
cool.
or
Awesome.
Kurast Undercity to talk about. Been doing that quite often this week. Dark Citadel, and of course Mercenary. So we'll be back with a whole new
Dark
crew here
Citadel,
in just a couple
Mercenary?
minutes.
Yeah, we just want the Sorc patch notes. What the fuck? Give us the nuts already. So what kind of footage do you want to see? You want to see Undercity, I guess? Dark Citadel? Do you want to see a video about the Realm Walker or not? Like full video about Realm Walker? Then I release one video every day until the launch of Vessel of Hatred. I'm also gonna release a video about Mercenary, I think? PvP? I don't play PvP. Dark Citadel, there is Dark Citadel under CT, William Walker. The thing is, William Walker seems to be important for the... because you get the 15% extra XP from that. That might be relevant to highlights. Yeah, the world is flat. The hour of launch for us is really bad, 1 AM. Actually, we're gonna give you more power on Discord, I guess. HQT, I think? What was his name? They should have released the game as they do usually, you know. Why, like, doing... I don't understand. Why did they change? Like, when they released at 7 PM for us, it was perfect. Your power is useless. It's very irrelevant power. It doesn't give you much power. It's very little power. You can replace me. I will gladly give you my stream account so you stream and I get the money. Please stream for me. Streaming is not easy. I haven't streamed for so long, I don't know how to stream anymore. Oh, they are back. I can hear sound from them. Oh, they're back. Lifted and move a couch. Come on, it's not that hard.
Well, I'm in the middle of showing a totally got me. Welcome back, guys. We are here. sorry, to talk about Vessel of Hatred content. This is all the new content that's coming with the expansion. We've actually talked about this before in specific moments, but we didn't do like kind of bigger, deeper dives on this beyond like the Spiritborn, where we had a separate stream on, but we actually even have additional updates on that. But I want to let you guys introduce yourselves. As you can see, Brent has now moved to being next to me. He just wanted to be a little closer, that's all. But Derek, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, hey everyone, I'm Derek Nunez, lead season designer, and I'll be chatting about the Kurast underseeding of you.
Bjorn.
Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer for Spiritborn.
Hi, I'm Dan Brace. I'm a lead game designer, and I'll be talking about Mercenaries.
Awesome, cool. So, you know, tons of content coming to Vessel of Hatred. I know players have heard us talk about it a little bit, but Brent, did you want to talk about any content specifically?
You need more advertisement? How?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of teeing up the next big thing that we want to talk about is just kind of
how do you do more
Spiritborn
advertising?
Reaction has been since we've announced it. It's been amazing to see folks so excited about it. It's something that we've been pouring a lot of love into. We wanted to make sure they were adding something fresh to the game, and I really feel like we're there. But when we released it, we actually still had work to do. And so throughout the PTR and the last few weeks of development here, we've been putting a lot of effort into polishing things up. And I'm super excited to hear Bjorn talk about what we
No, I think the people that follow me, they got the notification when you're live.
Gamescom as well, which was really cool. So, as we all know, Bjorn was on our Spiritborn review.
They're gonna raid me on YouTube after, but not on Twitch though. I'm gonna take the raid from YouTube.
Spirit Bjorn to talk more about the Spiritborn. It's hard for me to actually say Spiritborn now because I just say Spirit Bjorn. So there we go.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes, I mean, we've seen a lot of the sort of in-development side of it, and we're just going to talk about a few kind of final touches, the final version of a few things that we want to hit on quickly here in this presentation. So starting off, we're going to talk about a couple of updates to the Spiritborn's passives. First off, we have 3 additional passives which have been added to the tree. Each of these kind of amplifies how the skills work that they relate to. So we have one for core skills, one for potency skills, and one for focus skills. And that sort of lets you kind of go more all in on any of those skills.
Big NDA reveal.
On the far side of the slide,
I am too far in the bottom, I think,
Resonance, which is one of Spiritborn's key
for people
passives.
to see.
We really wanted to kind of clarify how this mechanic works, how it scales, and kind of answer
It doesn't
some
matter.
lingering questions about
People might
exactly
watch
how it
me at
works.
the launch
But it's still
because they want to see the
largely
new
based around
build.
exploding the poisons on your enemies. Moving on to another thing, we're going to have a small update to the Jaguar primary Spirit Hall. This will still do lots of damage whenever you spec into it. It's all about damage with the Jaguar, but this has focused it a little bit more about
Maybe I should stream in French. The French people, they got more views than
and
me.
really like allowing you to ramp up the damage that you can get it. Because now it's also based around the damage that you did in a short window. So that lets you sort of echo all of that damage that you did the faster you're attacking. Moving on to another small, or sort of medium-sized update, there was some confusion around Spirit Feathers, Storm Feathers, the Eagle Hall, how all that kind of works together. So this has been unified into a new concept just called Storm Feathers. What this is this is a buff that you can get. This increases your movement speed and it stacks duration. And now all of these
I mean, you should see me live on Twitch when you go on Twitch. I think people go on Twitch and they look at the people that follow and they just watch, no?
Use it to make kind of some crazy builds. I think we have a video for it where you can just kind of have feathers going all over the place as you're doing it. And you can even use like tempering and various Paragon that increases storm feather potency that will speak to all of these aspects as well as the Eagle primary hall. And then moving on to the last thing we've got should be our uniques. So some of you might have gotten to see some early versions of these, but we want to kind of show off the final versions
That's
with all of their
baguettes
stats in all of their glory. So to start off, we have 6 unique Spiritborn rings. Each of these kind of emphasizes a combination of 2 spirits and really lets you sort of tailor how you generate your resource to sort of make the build that you're looking to make. Then moving on to our unique armors, we showed off the Scorn of the Earth boots that turns your sword into evade, and everybody really loved that. A couple
Yeah, to be
other
honest, I'm not
examples, we've
very
got,
interested
Praise of
in
the Dead God, which
Spiritborn.
allows you to turn poisoning, all damage coming at
We
you
are Sorc
into
here.
poisoning damage, and then sort of throw that back out at your enemies in the form of Touch of Death, which is pretty neat. And then we've also got our helms. We have 2 different unique helms. One is focused more along the lines of letting you sort of mix and match spirits, while the other one is more about kind of doubling down on using a single spirit. And then finally, we have our unique weapons. We've got several glaives and quarterstaffs. We already showed off the basic one, but we're going to quickly show off sort of its counterpart, which is the one for your core skills. So this one allows you to sort of spam your core skills almost as if they were basics at sort of reduced damage, but when you're at maximum vigor, it ramps up to be a maximum size, guaranteed crit, just massive screen clearing version of the core skill. So we think that one's pretty fun too. And then lastly, I believe I have a slide just for, yeah, there we go, our drop tables for the bosses. So if you're looking to target farm any of these specific ones, similar to the other classes, you can kind of farm these based on different bosses. So take a screenshot of this and go for it.
Awesome. Yeah, tons of updates. We've done so much internal testing. We've heard a lot of feedback because we have that deep dive blog. We've seen people theory craft. We've seen people actually play it at Gamescom. We've had a couple content creators like during the Spiritborn live stream and even during
Strongest Spiritborn. I didn't play Spiritborn. I don't know.
And stuff. So
many people played Spiritborn
though.
though.
Applying some of the feedback and some of the internal feedback that we ended up getting and seeing all the changes here and updating everyone has been really cool to see. So thank you again, Bjorn, for walking us through the Spiritborn. The class is incredibly fun. Day one is what I'm playing for Vessel of Hatred. I think most of us are, but it's a ton of fun to check out. Next up, what we wanted to talk about is Kurast Undercity. This is actually a feature that we did announce with Gamescom, but we didn't really get a ton of opportunities to really kind of like dive deeper into what Kurast Undercity is. So, Derek, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. So. The Kurast Undercity is a brand new dungeon experience that our Vessel of Hatred players will be unlocking throughout the course of the campaign. It's appropriately located in the new capital city of Kurast, but it's the part of town that's not recommended that the standard citizen venture into. It's a section of the Kurast town that is still infested by the jungles of Nahantu and kind of overrun with the worst of the worst. It's Nahantu's most wanted inside the various districts that make up the Undercity. Throughout the course, as players are unlocking it, they'll meet a new character named Seething that kind of teaches you the laws of the Undercity and how to commune with the spirit flames to traverse its treacherous depths, basically.
How long is streaming? I will stream a bit more after the campfire, and then I need to record the video of the early access.
So the Kurast Undercity is an intense multi-floor time attack dungeon where players will be racing against an aggressive countdown timer to reach the district boss with as high of a rewards upgrade meter built up as possible and try not to let that timer expire. So fun little novel wrinkle here is that killing certain monsters we refer to as afflicted
9 hours
will give you time bonuses to extend your time in the Undercity, and just killing monsters in general and completing dungeon activities will build up this reward upgrade meter referred to in-game as attunement. As far as the Undercity's role, it's new novel leveling content, but its power really comes into the fact that it's brand new opportunistic content that allows players to make very efficient, very specific progress towards rewards goals as the opportunities arise. I'll dive deeper into that in the next slides. But
you're gonna sleep now? I'm not gonna stream when you're gonna be awake. I don't even know if I'm gonna stream before Vessel of Hatred. There is nothing to do.
Beat the clock and do so with the highest amount of rewards upgrades built up as possible.
Hell, Aldrich, you're not on Twitch. How come are you on YouTube?
This is again a dungeon that celebrates autonomy.
On
flow,
YouTube,
and
but
variety.
not Twitch.
And this is a good example we were talking about earlier. When we're looking at the new modes that we have, we want that player agency to come back to the player.
Yeah.
Play your way. And I think this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a record about Undercity actually. Undercity is pretty cool.
Cool. So I mentioned opportunistic content. and this is where the Undercity's primary role in the reward structure is. So we have dungeon keys that grant you access to dungeons. The Undercity's version of a dungeon key is in the form of tributes. So you can hop into an Undercity run without a tribute, just do the thing, you know, the base run. But when you start applying tributes, this is where we allow you to define the specific reward upgrade opportunities of your next Undercity run at the cost of increasing the run's challenge. So you can see an example of a tribute here. This is the Tribute of Radiance. And when you slot this in, so long as you complete your Undercity run with at least attunement rank 1, we will guarantee that you get Ancestral Legendaries at the end. We'll dive a little bit deeper into some of the nuances. You can see that it has dungeon affixes that define the specific challenge. So you know, the higher and more powerful the tribute, the tougher the challenge is in the form of, you know, lower starting time, time bonus penalties, and potion drop penalties. But the fun doesn't really doesn't stop there. In fact,
there is no reveal in NTR by saying Undercity is cool.
You now unlock the ability to define a bargain. Each tribute has a list of bargains mapped to it. So this Tribute of Radiance has a collection of them. We're just picking out a couple that seem pretty fun to show off. And bargains allow you to further customize your rewards at a varying material cost. So we have one here, skill ranks, legendary armors will always possess at least one skill rank affix for X amount of gold here. And then the passive ranks,
I said
which
it
you'll see
looks
a little
cool.
bit more later, the legendary amulets will always possess at least one passive rank affix. So let's go into the next slide just to, again, recap the full flow. And we're going to see a video of all this to let it all kind of like soak in and see like the full flow of the Undercity. So we have the front end experience where you interact with the Spirit Brazier. You can jump directly into
goes
your
to
district
bed.
run, or you can
You're not
optionally
awake
apply
at the
tribute
same time
and then a
anyway.
bargain to specify the rewards opportunity of your next run. So let's go see this in action. Look at that. So this is the hub of the Undercity, and that's the Spirit Brazier that I was mentioning. You can see that we have the base, the base run rules. Starting time, no time bonus penalties, no potion drop penalties, and we have the opportunity to apply a tribute.
Lani supports shenanigans until she doesn't.
Show these in a still shot later, so you don't have to like worry about, oh, what does it say? But we have 4 tributes here that range from magic all the way to unique to accommodate your leveling journeys. So for now, we applied the legendary tribute that'll guarantee ancestral uniques at the end of your run. And again, this is the list of potential bargains that I mentioned that each tribute has. Each tribute has like varying quantities of bargains attached to it. So we're going to pick the passive rank legendary amulets for the low price of 50 million gold. The Spirit Flame services don't come cheap, but they're worth it. So we got the portal open, and we're going to hop into the run. We're going to have this play a couple times. First, I just want to point out the HUD, because this is really kind of your guide through the experience. So you can see at the top, once we exited that Spirit Aura, the timer starts, and that's a nice little timer at the top right-hand corner of your screen. We also display the number of floors that you have left to traverse. Very key information right there. To the right-hand side in the objective tracker, we have the attunement meter, and it's segmented into 4 ranks. Again, as I mentioned, achieving rank 1 is the bare minimum requirement necessary to get the value of the tribute that you slotted in. All subsequent ranks further enhance the value of that reward. So while you certainly want to strive to get attunement rank 4 to maximize your payout, it's not necessary if you're feeling the pinch of the time pressure. That if you at least get attunement rank 1, you can run it to the boss room and still come away with the thing that you're looking for. Gonna point out a couple things here. You might have seen, let's do the Spirit Beacon. So the Spirit Beacon is one of our activity types, and completing it both gives you attunement, a good splash of attunement, and it applies a momentary spirit buff that increases your movement speed and reduces your, the skill cooldowns. Again, you got to move fast in the Undercity, so these Spirit Beacons are incredibly useful for getting you to the next location, whether it's another Spirit Beacon or the exit.
Lightning cooldown?
We're also kind of
What's
showing
lightning
here the
cooldown? What do
lesser
you mean?
afflicted. As you can see, they're clearly marked in the game world. They're all orangey glowy, so you can keep your focus on the combat. And killing them is what gives you the time bonuses to extend your run. I think that's kind of the long and short of the Undercity run. Again, this is an example of floor 1. There's still 2 more floors to traverse to get to the boss room. Yeah, let's hop up. There we go. We're into the boss room. So in this case, we have finished all 3 floors and we made it to the boss room. One thing you notice that time expiration, it stops. Time drain stops in the boss room. So you just need to make it to the boss room before that timer hits 0. This is Aaliyah, one of our 3
Have a good night, Ashley.
district bosses. And it's important to call out that there are 3 total districts
It's
to
the
explore
evening
in
for
the
me
Undercity.
right now.
Again, that's kind of tapping into the variety aspect of things. So Aaliyah is, again, just one of 3 henchmen that own the various districts. So in this case, we're at the tail end of this fight. We just, killed Aaliyah, and we see that we ended this run with a full reward upgrade of 4. So now we're going to get the best possible payout for this. And we came in here looking for ancestral legendaries, and as the Spirit Flames promised, ancestral legendaries is what we get. And the greater affixes. And we also see that we got an amulet. If we were to dive into the amulet, we would have seen that the bargain would have applied to it as well. So the player would have gotten specifically what they came in here for. So that's a really quick snapshot of just the structure of an Undercity flow. I want to take this time just to dive into a little bit more details on the tributes that we saw in the gameplay footage and spend a little bit more time with them. So this is an example of 4 of our 8 total tributes. These are hand-selected primarily just to showcase how the tributes are tuned to progress with your leveling journeys. So we start off here with the Tribute of Growth. This is usable on all difficulty levels. This is the tribute that rewards additional experience when you complete the Undercity. So this is great, for leveling up your alts, leveling up your character in general. And you can see here that we start applying the first of the penalties or challenges for this, in the sense that we have lower starting time, we actually incur a time bonus penalty now, and we have potion drop penalties. Something also to note is, this is just found randomly in Sanctuary, so as you're just doing your standard leveling stuff, like the Hell Tides or whatever, you will get these types of tributes to say, point you to the Undercity every now and again. So let's go back to the tribute gallery, as I like to call it.
Can we go back to that last slide that we had up there? There we go.
Yeah. Cool. All right, cool. Thank you. And then we get to, from there, it just gets progressively more challenging, but also progressively more rewarding for the players. So Tribute of Harmony rewards guaranteed runes. This is a Torment tier difficulty. And you can see, we just amp up the challenge with each one. The Tribute of Radiance is the one that we just saw in action, that we guaranteed ancestral legendaries. And the Tribute of Ascendance is example, kind of like the cream of the crop tribute, unique tribute that guarantees several uniques with an increased chance of a mythic unique. And I just want to call it out here that I know that the last 2 tributes say that they're resolute tributes and they only apply rewards to the player that offered it. We do have variants of both of these that work in party. So that whole is covered. The rest of the tributes that don't have that distinction, they reward everyone in the party. It's just these last 2 that kind of had that little asterisk on it. Yeah, I think that's the gallery of the tributes. And again, these are mapped to the rest of them are mapped to a variety of content like the whisper caches, the summoned lair bosses, and a variety of things that I'm forgetting on the spot here.
Yeah, this is a fantastic activity to do when you're somewhat in the mid-game of your journey. So you're going to be introduced to this as you're making your way through the campaign. And but the thing I like about it is with all the progression changes that we've been looking at, this also scales with you. And so this is the type of activity that's going to stick with you for a while. It's a great way to get control over looking for the items you're looking for, and the time attack feature of this is really great.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is you can do it solo or you can do it with a group. So it's not like you have other options if you want to bring in a full party or if you like to just conquer it yourself. And I know a lot of people in chat are going hey, 50 million for all that. There are. I'm not sure if you guys saw all the different bargains and everything. There's a plethora of different costs for a lot of different options. And depending on what you're looking for, you can obviously target specific things. You may specifically want, you know, uniques or something like that, and that like chaotic uniques, I think, had like an opal requirement or whatever. So there's a lot of different bargain options for players to get, and if you are looking for specific rewards, you have an additional avenue to do so, which is really cool with Kurast Undercity. So awesome.
Cool.
Well, there we go.
I think there's more, actually.
We're not done yet.
We're not done yet. That's the best part. You know, the Kurast Undercity is the gift that keeps on giving. So one additional activity that you'll discover as you're romping through the Undercity is our Undercity unique treasure goblin, the Portal Prankster. We'll show some gameplay footage in just a moment, but first just want to call out killing him will reward a bonus chest at the end of the dungeon. And in addition, that contains just standard treasure goblin loot, runes, and more tributes. So it's a really good, very juicy reward to go after the Portal Prankster when you come across him. But you would be doing so at your own peril, because you'll see in this video that he has a particular mechanic to him that makes it a little bit tricky when you have a continually timer that's continually counting down. So you'll see here that when he's aggroed, he opens up a bunch of portals and just like Benny Hills through them. It's a chase. So this is kind of tapping into the risk versus reward nature of the Undercity, where you make decisions based on how confident you are at the current state of your run. And again, killing him is very lucrative. He doesn't drop anything aside from attunement right from the get-go, but all of his rewards are funneled at the end of the experience. So again, a variety of the spice of life in the Undercity, and really excited to get this into the hands of players.
Yeah, it's cool to see a new goblin variant right there, and then of course, the ultimate troll goblin.
Ah là là, comment ça va, El Tir? Pas trop excité pour la nouvelle saison du coup?
Do you spend the time and chasing after this
Now wonder what will be meta.
Between different portals as your time is
You're gonna find out when
you're trying to progress and get
they remove over NDA.
You succeed and you get everything. You get that extra chest at the end, which is really awesome.
Yeah,
so
it's worth it.
Yeah,
Branch, yes.
Worth it, especially since you get so much progress added once you do actually take down the goblin as well. So thank you, Derek.
Ça fait archi longtemps que j'ai pas streamé parce que je jouais à l'Early Access.
Here, we actually have a physical seat here, because we do actually have one other person that we're going to be tapping into to talk to us about the Dark Citadel, and this is Mr. Jason Bentley, who is live via satellite. That's what I'm going to say, satellite, from the East Coast. Jason is our lead raid designer on Dark Citadel, and Jason, do you want to talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. As you heard, I'm the lead for the Dark Citadel, and we're going to talk about Rise of the Khazra. This is the very first multiplayer-focused piece of content for Diablo 4. So, as you can kind of guess, this whole thing's about essence and souls.
Yo, Cozy, what's up?
Them and owning them.
Je peux pas en parler pour l'instant. Je peux en parler qu'à partir du 4, malheureusement. What's that?
So
oh, that's Citadel.
We're here to fight the first Khazra. They are taking over the crater left from the Mage Clan Civil War, blasted a hole into the ground, and they've moved in, and they're using all the souls.
Demain soir, je pense que c'est le 3, non, c'est le 4 pour nous. The stream going, like we are waiting for the patch notes. We didn't get much. NDA is removed the 4th October.
And they use them, and they're all about resurrecting their dead god Zagral. This all takes place starts in Nahantu. You start out the whole quest line in Kurast. People are gonna tell you how bad this is. They really don't like having their friends and family stolen and taken and drained and having Hus returned. So you're gonna go on a quest to go find out what's happened to these people and see if you can go help. A lot of other heroes have actually tried this and they have all failed.
I think Dark Citadel is great, yeah.
This entire experience, what you really come back with is only together can we prevail. We need to bring some friends with you to come to do this content. You're not going to be able to do it on your own. Once you get through all of this actually only happens at Tournament 1. So this is not a early leveling experience. This is something when you're really into the game and you really need to like move your build along. So once you enter Tournament 1, you can go on this quest and access the Ancient Nexus, which is its own town space with a waypoint of all of its own, which gives access to the 3 dungeons you can see here. These dungeons have multiple boss fights in each one, and they each take a little bit of time to get through. Practice will help you optimize these
Do you think
runs.
it's better if I do
Will
one
help
video
you, show expertise
with all the dungeon at the same time, or one dungeon at a time?
And communication is not required, but it definitely leads to better outcomes. There's a lot of new challenges and mechanics, and there's really no mercy for the hardcore players, so you have to be good too. As you can see right now, we've actually got one party split across 2 different realms, doing different mechanics and helping each other and coming back together to bring down the boss. It really takes at least 2 players to do these mechanics. We have multiplayer boss fights through the entire experience, and we always say that players are stronger together. It's tuned for 4 players. 2 players can do these mechanics, but it means you have to handle the mechanics and the monsters and the bosses by yourselves. We're not going to duck the difficulty for fewer players. We have lots of crazy mechanics going on. We've got people relying on each other to get through all of this. There's a lot of hero moments in this content. The best moments we had when we were playtesting this is somebody's dead and the other person's running around and they click the switch or they res their friend right in time to jump through the portal or kill the boss, and everyone's just screaming and having a great time.
It's a 2, 3, or 4.
Work together and see those moments.
But do you think I should just put every dungeon in one video instead of doing 3, probably?
We also have an exclusive
What's
monster
that?
family for the
Monster family?
Citadel. These are the newest, smartest monsters you have met. These are the first Khazra. They're pretty evil people. Shout out to the first Khazra monster family team. They did a great job on all of these guys. They are awful. They're decadent. They're sophisticated. They use a lot of magic. They do a lot of crazy things to like bring down the party.
These are cool looking enemies. That's for sure. I know with at least Dark Citadel, of course, there's always awesome rewards that are.
Yeah, I think one video and I do the section for 3 dungeon.
A little bit about those.
I was posting like 3 video for the same content. It's like, oh.
Get that queued up here. The joys of
Well, we do have.
We did it.
Oh, actually, a quick quality of life improvements here. Yeah. We actually have a marker system to help parties get through the experience. You can just drop them into your emote wheel, and then as you're running through the experience, you can use those emotes to indicate to your friends and party members, hey, I found something of interest, or hey, it's over here, this is the way forward. And then a really nice thing is this is available outside the Citadel as well. It's not exclusive. So you'll be able to use this wherever you go with your party. We also have a combat log during the Citadel experience to help you understand what's happening, especially where you're taking damage from and big moments. And you've heard about the Party Finder. That's also created with obviously Citadel in mind, but it supports everybody else. But we want to make sure we facilitate getting lots of people into this content. Yeah, hopefully now we can talk about rewards.
Yeah. Well, before we jump into that, I do want to make mention, because that was a really interesting screen to see the communication stuff and talking about Party Finder. One of the things that we've seen since launch is that our cooperative player base is growing. You know, it's growing steadily, and so we wanted to make sure that we did a couple of things. First off, we wanted endgame content for them, right? That's what this is all about, is making sure that we have that really aspirational endgame content for folks who like to play with their friends. The other thing is that we know that we could let this spread out into more segments of the game. And so the Party Fighter was originally a discussion that we had for how to support the Dark Citadel, but it is now benefiting all the other activities in our game as well. So for those of you who experience, you're seeing the early stages of us really expanding, getting people together in the content that is the best inside of the game. And so it's really exciting. But it does boil down to that communication, and that marker system is something that can be both used in the Citadel as well as outside of the Citadel.
Yeah.
And I think that that's going to be really valuable for accessibility for a lot of folks out there.
Yep, most definitely. All right, now on to rewards.
Now we'll talk rewards.
There you go.
Sorry, had to get that in there.
Absolutely. So you're actually chasing a weekly reward that resets on the Tuesday or the day of the week that we set. So really, that's going to drop a massive ancestral loot drop each time you pop that open, which only happens when you complete all 3 dungeons. You're going to want to chase that thing. That is a huge, important drop for a week. But beyond that, there's lots of rewards for repeated runs. The Citadel coins are going to allow you to purchase all of these consumables, and you can maximize the number of coins you get per run by killing treasury monsters and playing on higher difficulties. Like, it really scales up the Citadel coins you get. And why do you care about those? Well, these rewards these consumables really make it easier and more fun to play with groups and parties. But it also allows purchase of the Scroll of Restoration. So if you want to just chase down and buy scrolls, this is a great place to do that.
Sick slide for production right
there. We're doing this live, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually really cool to see. And again, the Scroll of Restoration being a reward in Dark Citadel. And like what we talked about earlier, you actually do get 2 guaranteed ones in the season journey. Yep. And at the same time, those are something that you can find all around the world. But Dark Citadel is also just that guaranteed way of being able to get it as well. So there's a lot of different variety.
Scroll of Unbreaking, only usable once.
What we just showed right there's actually some really, really cool stuff as well that I know Jason wants to show off us.
Absolutely. I would love to end up on just the way everyone can show off their ability to just play this content to the top levels. So we're going to show you our premier gear. There's actually 2 levels of gear that you can get from playing the Dark Citadel. There's the normal level gear, which you'll get from Torments 1 through 3, and it's pretty accessible. But what you're seeing right now is our premier content, which comes from only completions in Torment 4. So, I hope this is as exciting for everyone to get as I'm excited to give it to you. So, I'll see you in the Citadel, and thank you for letting me show this off.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. To this mount.
Mountain.
Go back to the mount. Go back to the mount. I know you were probably like, oh, we got to scroll through everything. Okay, there we go. The mount is sick. See.
I think he's already said that it's once per item. I think I've seen that before.
That's something that I think a lot of people.
You can't use billions of time on the same item.
Jason, thank you so much for walking us through that. Really excited for it. And what's cool is as Jason mentioned, Dark Citadel itself. You can do it with a group of 4. You can even attempt to go for 2 people. If you're really skilled, you have that option of being able to do it. The Party Finder feature now being part of the game now. You can actually access Party Finder, find other people that may want to jump into Dark Citadel and group up with them. And of course, we have the additional communication tools with all the different pings that you can end up using and markers that you can end up using to help kind of guide that whole entire group there. So lots of cool stuff coming with Dark Citadel, really cool endgame content that's coming to
What is 5, 6, 7?
And I can't wait to see people jump into it. Can't wait to jump into it myself. But of course, we have one last topic that we do want to talk about.
One last topic?
Hatred, and that is our Mercenaries feature. That is something that we did announce
I forgot
during
about
Gamescom,
Mercenary.
but we do want to go into a little bit of a deeper dive today on that specifically. So Brent, Dan, do you guys want to take us through Mercenaries?
Yeah, just to kick it off, Mercenaries is one of those legacy features that you've seen in multiple Diablo games. And when we started talking about this very early on, we're like, what is the approach that we can take that really complements everything else that we're doing?
We want to see the patch note, that's true.
That is different. Obviously, we've been touching things like itemization, and we've been doing a bunch of reworks on class builds. So we knew a couple things here. First, we wanted to make sure that the system was built in a way that could complement your build type, right? So every build type has a little bit of a
The seasonal mechanics, I think it's just XP, I guess. They increase your XP and your loots, from what I've seen.
And the other thing that we really wanted to make sure of is that they were always useful, right? And so as you play along the game, like you're interacting with them in way different ways than you would just by leveling up and using them basically as a power item, right? And so the way that we folded this in is far more robust than we've seen in other systems in the past. And,
They show that you can go inside and just put a tribute, you juice up your reward, and you choose like targeting farming in Undercity.
Early on in the campaign, you're going to meet Rahir, the guy in the middle.
Someone in the Rob chat said they removed the CJ from Winterglass. Who said that?
And unlocking them, and they're like really involved quest lines. They're pretty awesome. They have cutscenes. They have a lot of narrative and backstory where you kind of get to know more about these characters, and they have a lot of personality. So they're pretty interesting. And we really want to make them feel like characters that live in the world. They don't just sit in the hideout the whole time when you're running around, and you might see an event where they're actually participating in the event. So you may even run into some of these characters before you unlock them. Cool, so today I'm going to cover a little bit more detail than what we announced at Gamescom. I'm going to talk about playstyle and perk for each mercenary. I'm going to talk about reinforcements, which is a new way to interact with mercenaries. And then we're going to talk about bartering and progression at the end. All right, so I'm going to talk about the playstyles for each mercenary. And to start, I want to just show an example of a skill tree. So every skill tree for a mercenary, at the very top, the starting node is their perk. And this is a passive bonus you get whenever a mercenary is hired into your party. And they're pretty awesome. They're really powerful. Hopefully when you hire a merc, you feel like they're changing the way you play. And then every skill tree has 6 skills and 12 upgrades. So let's dive into some examples. So for Rahir, he's really like the tank if you need someone to help protect you. And his skill tree is kind of split up into a tower shield, which is about getting in the thick of battle, tanking things for you, taunting. And he also has a round shield, which is sort of themed around being a holy protector. So the top node that you start with for Rahir, and this is when you hire him to your party, is Valiance. And what this does is basically if you take a lot of damage in one hit, he's going to fly in, negate that damage, block it for you, and he's going to knock down enemies. He's also going to grant you unstoppable, so he can really save your life. So here's an example where this beast is going to hit me, and these guys hit pretty hard. So here comes, boom. So Rahir kind of leapt in, he negated that damage, and he knocked them down. So that's awesome. I imagine hardcore players will gravitate towards this unless they are risk takers. So definitely a very powerful perk. Cool. Let's talk about some upgrades. I think we skipped ahead a slide if we want to go back one. There we go. Cool. So here's some upgrade examples on Rahir's skill tree. The first one, Draw Fire. We're going to show a video in a second. Whenever I use a healing potion, Rahir's going to taunt enemies near him. So if you're in danger, you need health, it's going to help save you. Iron Wolf's Virtue, when Rahir's Valiance is triggered, he heals you and his cooldown's reduced, so you can just get it to happen more often. And he has a shield throw, which some Crusader players might love, where he chucks his shield, it bounces off some targets, and this kind of marks them so you can sort of play whack-a-mole, and if you hit those targets, you'll get healed back. So it's another way to keep yourself alive. All right, cool. Let's check out an example for Draw Fire. So you're going to see I use my potion. The UI would help you show that, but yeah, I used the potion right there. Rahir taunted everybody. Sweet. I did not die, and I'm happy. All right, let's go to the next one. So Varyana, we call her the Berserker Crone. She is a reformed cannibal. She's got a pretty interesting backstory. I love her personality. She's kind of zany and crazy. She's also the cook for the mercenaries, and I don't know if I would eat her food. I don't really trust her. But her skill tree's kind of split up into 2 themes, dual wield axes, which is all about visceral cleaves and bleeds, and large mace, which is heavy slams. So you may be familiar with the massacre bonus from D3. Her perk is very similar, where basically you get this bonus. We could jump to the video. And as you kill monsters, you're going to see when I get 10 kills, the massacre bonus kicks in. It's going to show up above her portrait on the left side of the screen. So it should say times 10. Cool. I now have a massacre bonus started. As I build this up and I get it to higher thresholds, I'm going to get more and more movement speed. So you're kind of encouraged to play more aggressive, keep this going before it runs out of time. And it sort of snowballs into this fun gameplay where you're going really fast. So you can embrace your inner Sanic and go real fast with Varyana as your hired merc. All right, I got some upgrades for Varyana. So dismembering is, oh yeah, sorry. So this one, it's going to guarantee an overpower. She's going to knock people down, and you get a guaranteed overpower. So if you're playing Barb, it's going to be really useful. Reprisal is when you get CC'd, Varyana is going to leap on the enemy that inflicted it and knock them down. So this can also save your life. And no escape is Varyana does whirlwind. This makes it really big, and as she's spinning around, she's kind of grouping enemies up for you. So that can be a fun one. I think we show both. So yeah, dismembering here. So she's going to set us up. We get a guaranteed overpower. You do a bunch of damage. Sweet. That feeds into a lot of builds. And then we have Reprisal here. So I got chained by that monster. She leapt on them, knocked them down, basically canceling that for me. All right, cool. Subo the Bounty Hunter. He's themed on longbows, which is precision shooting and traps. The other side of his tree is crossbows, heavy bolts, and explosives. And his perk is kind of broken up into two parts. So he has a passive component, which is he reveals enemies and materials on the mini-map. And his active component is that we call him the Bounty Hunter because he's going to call out targets during combat. And if you kill that target, you get a bunch of resource back. And also, the more you do that, the more often he's going to be casting Seeker. So you're kind of trying to keep this up where you want to make sure you're killing his targets and spending your resource before you do so. And this lets you just cast more abilities, which always feels great. All right, let's check out an example. So I'm in town. I'm going to walk out here with Subo. And you can look at the mini-map, top right, and it's starting to populate.
That should be a feature, not like something only for Subo, you know? That should be just part of the game, I think.
Sorry, we're going to have to loop this one because I talked too slowly, but he also is marking a target, and you saw when I killed them, I got a bunch of resource.
Yeah, I know a lot of people with Subo, especially because the fact that he highlights like ore veins and things like that are pretty huge for people, especially with all the changes that we're adding to like how materials can also be used to maybe craft like legendaries and stuff. So Subo is kind of like my personal favorite, but yeah.
It definitely embraces, I think, what Brent was talking about too, where mercenaries are really about utility, and they kind of add choices that maybe you wouldn't necessarily pick on your character. Or they help you just kind of like fill gaps in your build, or maybe encourage you to do, have more diversity in your build. Maybe they expose new options for you. So it's pretty interesting. All right, cool. We're going to show off some Subo upgrades. So first we have Share a Drink, which is whenever he throws his Molotov, there's a chance for him to drop a healing potion for you. Mastermind, Subo's Wire Trap and Trip Mines gain 60% size. And then you and Subo both have increased crowd control duration. Thrill Seeker is going to reduce cooldowns for every monster hit. So here's an example of Share a Drink. He threw a Molotov, he dropped a potion for me, and that can just help you more consistently get potions, which could definitely be useful for a lot of players. All right, Aldkin. This is definitely a fan favorite. We call him the Forsaken Child. His tree is sort of split up into two magic types, Fire Magic, which is all about burning enemies and making them suffer, and Shadow Magic, which is haunting souls that kind of like apply dots and spread to enemies. His perk is dependent on what your skill tree choices are. So if you're on the fire side of the tree or the shadow, you will get different buffs and debuffs. So every once in a while, he's going to turn into a demon of one of those forms.
I think the Mercenary is just going to be like the runes. On the Sorc, we're mostly going to play the same Mercenary.
He's on the fire side,
and
he's going to make it so all your direct damage applies.
I think that's it. There is no much
to enemies, but it's also draining your resource. So he's really themed around
things for diversity for that.
Happens, it can be a huge benefit.
We're just going to take the one that's most broken for our class.
All right, cool. So he's casting some fire skills. We're going to see Aldkin on the left. He's turning into a fire demon. This gives him a whole new skill set. He's got Immolation, he's burning nearby enemies, and he's helping kill everything. And then you can see when I'm doing direct damage, it's applying burn, but also my resource is draining. This is if I'm on the shadow side. He turned into a shadow demon at the top. He's going to do a cool ability where he pulls everyone into a line, lines them up for you. That always feels really good. And yeah, in that one, he's making
Name our Mercenary? I don't know, I don't think
Let's
so.
talk about some upgrades for Aldkin.
Free burning enchants?
I think this will be a lot of people's favorites. Ember's Gift, whenever he casts Firestorm, if you stand in it, you're getting 33% of your primary resource per second. And we're going to show a video of that in a sec. Terrify, he does Haunt. Yeah, thank you. He's got 30% chance to apply invulnerable to enemies, so another way to get keywords applied to things. And Burning Chaos, that's his ult. Whenever you cast your ult, it resets his. Wave of Flame is really cool. It's this giant fire wave that
What do you mean by
destroys enemy
scrap?
projectiles. You can kind of like run with it and fight inside of it. And
I don't mean it's
I've seen a
a
lot of people
free
use that
burning
a lot.
enchant. I don't think,
Cool. Okay,
from
let's
what
check
I've
out
seen in the
Ember's
video,
Gift.
that it's going fast
So
enough to
he's gonna
burn
cast
everything.
Firestorm, and look at my resource. It's just flying up really fast while I'm standing in this area. So it's a good way to kind of have this happen, and then you just get to spam a bunch of abilities and murder monsters. So yeah, here's a quick example of, we do have a lot of keywords and ways for mercenaries to utilize them and spread them to enemies, so that can help with a lot of builds too.
Yeah, it's nice having an option to like add vulnerable to more enemies, especially like AoE, doing AoE or anything like that. So yeah, really cool to see. I know, of course, there's other mechanics with mercenaries that we did want to talk about. So Dan, do you want to jump into how reinforcements actually work?
Yeah, let's talk about reinforcements. So I guess before I explain reinforcements, there are two methods of using mercenaries. One is hiring them, and that's for solo players. So if you're playing solo, you're not in a party, you can hire a mercenary. Everyone at all times can also have a reinforcement. So if you're in a party, everyone has a reinforcement. If you're solo, you get both. And if you're playing solo, they have to be two different characters. So your hired mercenary has to be different from your reinforcement. All right, what the heck are reinforcements? So reinforcements are a new way to interact with mercs where you can kind of call a mercenary into battle, have them perform a skill at an opportune moment, and you get to sort of control when that happens. And this reminds me a lot of like old school fighting games where you can kind of cast an ability and a character will fly in off screen, he'll do something really cool. Hopefully that helps you a lot, and that's, I think very much inspired by that.
Yeah, it's like assists. They jump in, they do something, and then they like pop back out. So it's really cool.
So you're going to choose an opportunity, which is when does it happen? You could link this to any of your action bar slots. So you could say, hey, when I press 1 and I teleport, the mercenary does this skill, and then you choose a skill that you have unlocked for that mercenary. All right, let's check out some examples. So this one's quick. I'm going to cast teleport, and you'll see Rahir appear. And then he sort of flies in battle. He does this triple slam. He groups everyone up. Grouping enemies up is always good. Thank you, Rahir. I drop a meteor on their head. In this one, we cast Bone Prison, and Oldkin shows up and casts Firestorm for me. There's going to be a lot of combinations here, I think, with all the different player abilities and all the different reinforcement skills. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how players utilize the system. You can use it more defensively or more offensively, and hopefully you agree, a lot of the skills give you added utility. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here to mix and match, which would be cool.
Another thing I'm excited about that is that the system is built to grow. And so our ability to add more conditions in which you bring them in and continue to grow potentially the powers that we can see too. It's a very robust system that can go a pretty long way. So it's great.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. And I think finally we want to talk about some bartering.
Yeah, we're going to talk about rapport, which is the progression, and then bartering, but they're all, it's all tied together.
It's all one unit.
We're good.
It's all tied.
Yeah, so rapport is the progression for mercenaries, and we could go ahead and jump to the first slide. So this is what the rapport looks like. You may be familiar with this type of UI. In this example, we're rank 5. The first 4 skill ranks are how you get your skill points for the skill tree. We want you to unlock all the cool, fun abilities for mercs pretty quickly and up front. After that point, it's all about upgrades for bartering. And bartering is, we're going to show it off in a second, but progressing your mercs improves the bartering system, which is kind of a way to trade with mercenaries at the hideout and get really useful items. So the very last rank, we hovered over it quickly there, you can actually repeat the very last rank for mercenaries and continue to earn the currency. So if you say, hey, I really like Oldkin, I don't want to level anyone else up, you could just keep playing this character and you'll keep getting resources. Hopefully we're encouraging you though with these upgrades to kind of rank up all your mercs and keep making bartering better. All right, let's talk about bartering. So at the hideout, you can talk to Fiera, and she will pull up a UI where you can trade for items. A lot of them are legendaries, and as you upgrade your mercs, you're gonna basically increase this list so you can find more interesting things. Hopefully you can find some really cool legendary items that you're excited about. As you upgrade your mercs, you're going to get more chances for legendaries, and each mercenary has an aspect category associated with them. So Oldkin, for example, gives you resource aspect caches. So if you level up Oldkin, that has a chance, instead of getting a resource legendary, you're going to get a resource legendary aspect cache. And in this case, we open one of those caches. Sweet, I got a bunch of items. It's not exactly target farming, but it's a way to increase your chances of things you may be looking for. There's going to be a lot of other really useful items in here, like crafting materials, boss summoning parts, some masterworking recipes, things like that. And that's about it. So you can restock the supply on this, and the currency you re-roll this inventory with is the same currency that you're spending to buy items. So you kind of have to pick and choose, like, do I want to re-roll or do I want to wait? And hopefully you see things that you're interested in and you buy them. And then every day when you log in, you get one free re-roll. Just trying to be nice to the players. Hopefully you get what you want without having to waste all your pale marks. And I think that's all we have for Mercenaries today. So thank you for...
Yeah, I love hearing about the bartering system because it's just another avenue for hey, if I need masterworking materials or if I need boss summoning materials, I can literally go and check and see if I can barter for it now as another opportunity for getting those specific things, which is really, really cool to see. So Dan, thank you very much for walking us through the Mercenaries coming to Vessel of Hatred. And so everything that this group actually talked about here, this is all exclusive to Vessel of Hatred. So with the expansion and anyone who actually ends up purchasing the expansion, they'll be able to access all the different features that we talked about, from Spiritborn to Kurast Undercity to Dark Citadel, and of course the Mercenaries. So lots of stuff in the expansion specifically for this that we're all excited for everyone to jump into. October 7th, 4 p.m. Pacific in California, globally, wherever your time zone is, that it's tied to that is when it will end up hitting. So, and we have a cool map. But I know we talked about a lot today. We do want to, of course, do our normal Q&A that we always do at the end. But before we actually end up doing that, I know, Brent, you wanted to talk a little bit about the journey here.
Yeah, honestly, we talk at the team level a lot about our communication with the community at this point. And I've said it a few times where it's like, it feels so good to be in a dialogue now. And everybody at home, you've heard us say, we're listening. I actually feel like we're well beyond
But not after
at this
Campfire,
moment.
I guess.
We really feel like the community is now one of our team members, and we're developing together at this point, and we're starting to all pull in the same direction, and we've learned.
I'll be
so
back in a
much,
second.
right?
That should be like
We took some
Q&A,
right? We knew we had a
and
lot of work to do, and
there should be the patch note after.
dialogue that we've had has led up to things like the success of season 4 and season 5. And so the fact that the community is really a part of our team now, it shows us a great pathway. We still have a lot of work to do. There's things we want to get to.
Yeah.
Armory.
Yeah. Armory.
We want to
which is in development. Yeah. So
we talked about that a little bit at Gamescom, but these are the types of things that are really fine-tuning the way we could get there. And honestly, we couldn't get there without all of you at home. Thank you for staying with us on this journey. Can't wait to get to the Q&A.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and again, just to reiterate, what Brent was saying, I think the community is speaking about how they really wanted us to have a PTR, having those PTR moments, having players in earlier, being able to provide that feedback. Huge shout out to you guys for being able to help us out with this journey that we've been on. We've made some massive strides since the first season, and it's only getting better from here, which is really cool. So awesome. Well, I think we're going to jump into the Q&A. We're actually going to bring some people in from before, swap people out, do the musical chair thing again, and we'll see you here in a minute for the Q&A. If you guys have questions, please start teeing them up in chat, and we'll try to get to as many questions as possible. So we'll see you in a minute.
What's the Q&A? We want the patch notes, we want the stats, we want to see if we can play our class in season 6, or we all play fucking Spiritborn. But I'm gonna play Sorc, no matter what. Give us the patch note already. Anyone has the link where they patched the patch note, maybe? Wow, they are losing everyone. What the fuck? Press F5. Hopefully, it's gonna be soon. There's actually a lot of people on YouTube. Like, they have like 10k on YouTube, they're gonna raid me with 10k people on YouTube? That's too stressful for me. Give us the patch notes. We need the patch note already.
All right, we're back for Q&A. Welcome back, everyone. Wave. Everyone's like, all right, come on.
It's been a long stream.
Yeah, it's been a long stream. Holy cow. We're at almost 2.5 hours. We're going to do about like 10 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll have a quick little outro just to get everyone teed up before we head into patch notes being released and, of course, the expansion. So I know
What do you think, MD? There is the Q&A before the patch
some of our
notes.
faces from earlier, so we can try to hit as many topics as possible. But I know one big question that we have been getting specifically about, or specifically with Vessel of Hatred, and of course like the base game. I think we have it queued up. Like, how will crossplay work for those
Maybe we're gonna
playing
get
with
more people
and
in here,
without the
MG, when we
expansion?
start crafting the
This is
build for
actually
the
a really
Sorc.
good question, because you know people are thinking like, oh, are you guys like funneling them off, or like if you only have Diablo 4, they just like shunned off to some island or something like that. And that is not the case. You can still play with friends who may only have the base game, even if they're on Xbox and your PC or PlayStation and PC, et cetera, et cetera. So there is that option. What's also kind of cool is an interaction that I know that if, let's say you owned it on PC and Battle.net, for instance, and then
Spiritborn. Who wanna play Spiritborn? I think we are Sorc community.
Xbox for your
Maybe I should have played
Xbox, and
Spiritborn
you
in
jump
the end.
back over to your Xbox. If you have like rune words on your Sorc, for instance, you still can actually use those rune
everything
words.
works still.
Yeah, so it's still something that's going to be there. I know that one of the things that the team was looking at was like, hey, if you earned it in the other game, you can still use it. So it's more so the things within Vessel of Hatred, like Spiritborn or the region of Nahantu, those things just wouldn't be available for that base game user.
Crawl
or
back
if
for
you
my
jumped
guy.
over onto
They are
the
not
base
very
game.
loyal like Neon
That's also
Neon.
why we gave
I need
everyone
more
templates.
Neon
We want
Neon.
everyone to be able to play with each other. Everyone is going to be able to be at the same eye power, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so it's a cool little like extra thing for people, and I know it does clarify.
But to be
a lot
honest,
specifically on that.
I mean, I can't talk about
this was probably
the early access, but
the
I've
biggest
played so
thing
much early access
that
that
people asked about during PTR, and so Brent, this is from Razzle Dazzle Darius. This is actually from a lot of people.
I just need to see the final patch note to see what they change and stuff, you know.
Will we get the D4?
But I mostly know what's going on the
we were
Sorc.
talking about it during the interstitial just a little bit. Yeah, I think if we could feel a vibe through a monitor, like that was the moment that.
I mean, it's not even a secret. Everyone that played the early access, they know what's going on.
Is trying to set ourselves up for success for adding more classes to the mix. And
I don't have any
so CAMPFIRE
reaction.
is one of those things where we're taking a look at it.
Because
trying to
Asian,
figure
we
out
don't
how
react.
that would work.
Unfortunately,
And, so we
I can't do
updated it,
content
kind of
reaction
really
because I
clean
don't
and
react
get
really.
That initial setup.
Most of the time, I don't
that
care.
is something that, like, immediately when the feedback started coming through, the team started to mobilize and talk about what we can do. Turning it around in time fast enough for
Lurkin,
hatred.
I mean, Lurkin and I, we have very
other things like balance
different
and
point
policy
of
that we
view,
really
I
wanted
think,
to pay attention to, make sure
on
some
the
of
game and
UI elements for some of the new
balancing and
features were in a
stuff.
good
We
spot.
really
So
think different.
We hear you. I love the fact that the nostalgia means so much. And so
Deep Lizard Spine, not even close.
Awesome.
I am free
Yeah,
agent.
was,
I do what I want
by
when I
far
want.
A very, very popular topic after.
Yeah, Northway
after PTR,
reaction.
they're like, "Where's the
No, I
campfire?"
mean Northway
Everyone
kind
see,
of.
like, the flames kind of like in the screen, but
He kind
where
of
is, like,
laugh
the
and
full-on
stuff when
campfire?
he's off stream. I
Yeah,
mean,
we have a
even
question
on
from
stream
Brand
he is.
Zero, which is, will there be more renown and statues of Lilith in this expansion? How does that specifically work?
Yeah, we're not going to be doing statues.
Also, is this yes,
specifically.
no,
We're gonna
maybe,
be having
strong.
a new statue type.
The Tentative Akarat,
Tentative
yeah.
Akarat, which is, it's not going to give you any points, but it is working towards renown. And so there's still a lot of discoverability in the zone, but we're shifting things to work more for renown.
Yeah. And statues of Lilith, of course, are still in.
They still exist.
In
They
the
still give
base.
stats.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
The stats, we're just not giving stats for the Tenets of Akarat because we saw how frustrated players were with like having to do this sort of activity to get more powerful.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more leaning into the collectible aspect.
Yeah, we didn't want these to feel like a chore that you needed to do in order to progress your player power. It's all about the discoverability, right?
Yeah.
In the new zone.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I will say that the other thing with renown specifically, like we made changes. It's something we talked about during the PTR, but we kind of optimized it a little bit better because there was like Paragon points at the last tier of renown, and that's actually been like swapped back around now. So it's more of like the opal upgrades are at the last tier.
Oh
It's easier to
yeah.
get that potent power from Paragon. We also just
Now
sort
you
of
got the
reduced how
Paragon before
much
the last
renown you
opal.
need
They
for a lot of
switched
these
that
things.
at
So
the end.
if you
Cool
missed
change.
out on renown when the game came out, it's a lot easier to get that power.
Yeah. It's good way for people like.
Oh, we're gonna get a Giga raid from YouTube. But on YouTube, when you get raid, people don't tell you.
From that end. One thing this just dawned on me that I did want to also mention is that back in season 3, we introduced the gauntlet. And that has the leaderboard
Cody, that's for
mechanics and
you,
stuff like that.
Cody.
One thing I do want to actually do a quick call out on is like when season 6 starts and when Vessel of Hatred actually does ship. We do plan on
Gauntlet.
actually sunsetting the gauntlet
Sunsetting.
and the leaderboard functionality there. Does that mean leaderboards are going away forever? No, that doesn't mean leaderboards are going away forever. We're actually
Sunsetting
looking
the
at
gauntlet.
ways of potentially finding a home for it.
Yeah, I'd rather say like leaderboards are vaulted.
That's very
That we do a
interesting
big
expression,
reassessment on how
sunsetting
that
the
applies to
gauntlet.
The new progression actually that we're looking at releasing with season 6. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, but again, we've made so much change. It's a time to take a deep breath and then take a look at the things that we really want to invest into.
Yeah, awesome. Almost forgot about that. I wanted to mention that. There's a question from Aviance, which is saying like, hey, how does Group Finder work? This was actually available during PTR, and I know not everyone got to experience PTR, but kind of like Party Finder itself, of course, you can use it across multitudes of activities from Dark Citadel, beyond Dark Citadel, which is
That's gonna be
being
my new
introduced in
word,
Vessel of Hatred,
sunsetting.
but, it is
Does it
a
work if you
feature
wanna
that
kick
can
or ban
also
someone?
use,
You saying,
or that
I'm gonna
allows you to
sunsetting
actually
him.
use filters and different ways of searching for specific groups and people. So we do recommend jumping in, checking out the Party Finder. It's actually super awesome. And I know there's going to be improvements that will continuously be made to it.
Yeah, another system that we're trying to develop in a way that can grow with the player, and so we got it out into PTR to try to get an initial round of feedback on the types of filters that we could potentially see. You know, as we add activities to the game, we want to make sure that those are plugging into it as well. We do think that this game is a ton of fun.
Sun-setting splintering energy.
So we've designed it to do exactly that.
Maybe.
We have a question regarding opals and tributes that we kind of showed off. Tributes, of course, being part of Kurast Undercity, opals being part of the new season. This question was from PvE Sweat.
PvE Sweat.
That should be a typo.
Are these actually, because
that should be
I think the initial reaction is seeing some of these new consumables. So Tim, I think this would be a question for you. Like, seeing these new consumables, are they actually like stackable in inventory? Like, how
Yeah. You can stack them in inventory. In fact, if you want, you have the option. You can go just farm the Realm Walker over and over again, get a whole bunch of the opals, and then just, okay, I'm going to play now for hours and hours with the buff active, if that's something you want to do. And tributes as well are stackable.
Awesome.
I did like the fact too, I don't know, I can't recall if we mentioned it, but you get 2 tributes with every drop.
Yes.
And so you don't...
Or, sorry, 2 opals.
2 opals, sorry, yeah. So you can like use one now and save one for later, and so you can really determine, like, you can actually stack these up for a longer play session later on if you wanted to play in the weekend and actually really dig in.
There is
So did you see the seasonal power? It seems like it's gonna be the Seething opal that you get from the Realm Walker. I was thinking about getting someone, you know, like Season 2, like some vampiric power, something that give you more power creep and stuff, but it seems like it's just XP and loot buff.
The whole entire account, or is it like
That's very disappointing.
How does that specifically work?
Yeah, so they're partition wide. So if you're playing in the season and you unlock the mercs and you progress a bunch of them and then you roll an alt, that progression is still there. But we do reset every season because
fuck that fucking Seething opal, guys. It just gives you more XP.
Benefits to investing into them, especially if you're going to roll a second class.
There is a question. I'm not sure if others will be able to get this one, but this might be tied to some of the rune word stuff that we showed. But this is God King Moonin says, how do those spirit wolves damage scaling work? I think they're talking specifically about
the runes,
the rune words that we were showing and everything like that.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. I believe the spirit wolves are not currently scaling with things like if you have
do you think Colin is thinking about nothing splintering energy right now? He seems pretty
at the moment.
AFK.
I don't believe they'll necessarily scale with those sources. I'd have to check on
thinking of sunsetting splintering energy.
It does. But that's definitely something that we're aware of and really want to make sure that we can deliver on that fantasy. And we'll be looking at making updates to minions and summons as a general matter going forward. To really make sure that they're scaling with the right things that players expect, to really make those builds feel natural and synergistic as you would expect. So that's definitely an area of focus for us moving forward.
Yeah, we definitely have talked a lot about this. Like, it'd be cool if you could be a summoner barb with call the ancients and like having them deal bulkier damage. So that's something we definitely talk a lot about.
Yeah, we don't have any particular thing to announce or the exact initiative at this moment, but it's definitely on our radar and it's something we are
just give us the patch notes,
all the time.
Awesome. I know that I am the Berm asked, this is back to Tim actually, because I think you had mentioned like, oh, farming Realm Walkers, and they're going like, okay, so is it a world event? How often does it spawn? Like what, like
tropical island, sunsetting the Sorc.
That specific question.
It is a world event, yeah, and it is really focused.
I wonder what they're gonna do with Shatter.
World boss, exactly. It is a world event.
What they're gonna do with Fireball Shatter?
By Dawn earlier in the cast. You have to kind of follow him for a
That's a
while
big question mark for me. Fireball Shatter survived 2 seasons in a row. Probably not gonna make it season 1 more season. They can't let that happen. Every time we got a strong build, the next season it got nerfed.
There's a slight break, but at any given time we want the
So
experience to be
Fireball Shatter can't make its 3 seasons in a row, and no one's like it anyway.
we want the answer to pretty much always be
We
yes.
wanna play
there's always
Firebolt
a
Shatter.
Walker up somewhere that you can go kill. So I guess you could get slightly unlucky, like he just died, but you're not waiting more than a few minutes before another one's going to pop up, and you can go kill that one. So if you want to chain farm them, you can.
Yeah, just run back to town, vendor some stuff. By the time you come back, it'll probably be an ideal time to actually farm it. So that's actually really good to hear that it's just always available for players, or nearly always available for players. Question from Plucky Villain for Season 6 on live. Like, from a tuning and balance perspective, is Pit 100 still intended to be like that unobtainable goal, or is there? Are we expecting
I have
some
so
of,
many
like,
stuff
the
to
most
say
skilled
about
players, dedicated players to kind of clear
it's
it?
100.
Yeah, I'd say we will be surprised, but not surprised, I guess, to see people get to Pit Tier 100 just with the amount of things that we're adding into the game. Charles, in our previous segment, talked about how much volatility has been introduced in the expansion. We actually think that's really fun. Like, there's a ton of new things to explore, a ton of new things to break. And we think that probably most people won't get to 100, but you might get a surprise if you go to 100 and go past it.
Yeah.
We might have done something there.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit about where the deep end of the pool is, right? And so
It's
we're looking
around
at
80. Around 80, yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to seeing which kind of streamers out there actually push way past that so we can take a look.
Definitely.
Your Sparrow asks, if we complete the campaign in Eternal Realm, will we be able to skip it when we create a seasonal character?
Yes, as soon as you complete the campaign for the first time, you'll be able to skip it. Very similar to what we did in the base game.
Yeah, and I think there's actually like additional nuances that we've added with like Vessel of Hatred. Like, for instance, if you are brand new to Diablo, of course we recommend you start from the base game and experience the campaign and that journey. But even if you are coming into Diablo 4 with Vessel of Hatred and you just want to start with Vessel of Hatred, you really just need to complete that prologue of the base game, and then you will then get that option, I believe, to skip the base campaign, and you can actually jump into the expansion campaign.
Yeah.
You actually don't even have to complete the prologue.
Oh, there we go.
So we even took out that part.
You're a liar, Adam. You're a liar.
And we've taken great care of you too. So like if you're new and you skip forward, when you go into Vessel of Hatred, we actually do recaps. So we'll catch you up on the story even if you decide to do it. So if your friends are all way ahead of you and you want to skip so that you can catch up, you're good.
Yeah,
right?
We got one of those like in the last episode of whatever.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to watch. So just in case if you're new to everything.
There's
It's
another
true
detail
that the
too,
content
which is,
has
like,
no sunsets.
Once you play through the Vessel of Hatred story section.
Maybe
we
the
want
first week
way
of the
more
Gauntlet
players
has
to
the
get
sun.
into the end game. We noticed
Actually,
that there's a
maybe.
lot of folks out there that once they get the big story beats done, it's not really clear on where to go from there. And so we created a custom quest that can actually bridge you out into the end game. And so if you can continue following your golden baubles, that would be super good.
Cool.
We're seeing a sign in the
peanut gallery. I'm looking at. I was like, what is no one can see it, obviously. They think we're psycho because we're like looking back.
We are psycho.
Production's like holding up the sign and stuff.
Everybody that makes us look good is back there. So thank you guys.
Yes, thank you very much. We're going to take, I guess, like one more specific question here. Let me see. This is actually a question regarding people that are running specifically in Dark Citadel. Like if someone leaves during Dark Citadel, like what happens to the group specifically? Can they all just leave? They're not like locked in there going like, oh gosh, I'm stuck in that type of situation. Or
I got my Gauntlet reward, yeah. I just
maybe if it's 4 people and we dropped to 3, like you can adapt and kind of work your way through it.
You can, like we said.
I think it's in that. I think actually,
Citadel's down balanced for 4. But if that was to drop, as long as you got 2 strong players still in the mix,
I need to open that.
Good to go. So yes, it makes it more difficult. I'd have a firm conversation with the person who decided to drop in the middle of a fight. But yeah, you're still going to be able to progress through it.
Awesome, cool. Well, I know we've been going for a while here, and we wanted to grab as many questions as possible so we don't keep people too long. Because the biggest thing as well is like at the end of the stream, we are releasing the patch notes, and I know.
Just end the stream faster.
But I guess before we kind of drop off, like Brent, I know you wanted to give a quick message out as well.
Yeah, we saw this really cool piece of art that was made by one of our art directors on the team, and it just really reminded us that There are hundreds of people working on this game all of the time. And these live streams are for our community, but it's also for all the folks
I
who
don't
have
see
been
my
working
face in here. What the
tirelessly
fuck?
over the last dozens of months on trying to make this a reality. And so we
Where
just
is
want
my
to say thank
face?
you to everybody that's putting the hard work in. We're still putting the hard work in today. Like, we're working all the way up through this. And so we love the team.
You see
we love
it?
you guys. Keep up the good work.
I don't see it myself.
And, yeah, we'll see you on the other side of October 8th.
October 8th, yeah. Huge shout out to Team 3, Team Diablo.
The sunset me.
Yeah.
Best team. We're super proud of everyone with the Vessel of Hatred and everything. And we're super excited for October 8th. There's a lot of stuff coming up. We have patch notes immediately after this stream.
Immediately. We have no news, Haki. We're just waiting for the patch note. When the patch note's gonna drop, maybe people are gonna come. They wanna hear me cry about the
Sorc.
Sorc.
The most amount of people we've ever had on a live stream. So huge shout out to our production team and of course our community team, like with Mr. Filthy Rich back there, who organizes all these.
The sunsets. We sunsetting the gauntlet. That's what he said, right? Sunsetting or sunsets.
All these specific streams every single time. This is our 20th stream. It's crazy to see how everything has grown. Big reminders on Twitch drops. We have all the information on Diablo4.com. Twitch drops will actually start on October 8th. And if you're in the US, you can grab trolleys and grab more in-game stuff as I eat trolleys all day. And then another big thing that I do want to give a quick call out. In the coming days, you guys are actually going to hear about another cool partnership we're doing with Discord, which will offer up another opportunity for some cool in-game stuff. So
patch notes time.
We'll be talking about that here in the
Give me those patch notes.
But thank you guys again for
thank you. Patch note now.
Stream. Lots of stuff to check out in the patch notes immediately after
yes,
the stream.
yes. That everyone is waiting for.
Thanks to everyone here. We will see you guys October 8th in Nahantu.
No, October 7th.
And we can't wait to jump into Vessel of Hatred. We'll see you guys.
The raid looks nice. I'll make a video about the raid then. Immediately. There is no sound. What the fuck? Where is the patch notes? Hello, patch notes. We are here for the patch note, right? Challenging and aspirational. That's what they call it. Challenging and aspirational. Did they say it's for 4-player, right? The Dark Citadel is made for 4-player. That's what I understood from them. 2 to 4, but the difficulty is made for 4-player. So, but you can do it as 2-player, but they said they're not gonna decrease the difficulty if you play as 2 or as 4. It's gonna be the same difficulty from what I understood from what they said on the stream. The nerf splintering energy 50%. You're a liar, Koji. The patch note is not out. The patch note is not out. The patch note got sunsetting, didn't it? Remove Winterglass from the game. You can help me, yeah, for sure. I will probably need help for the Dark Citadel. Shatter by 50%. Keep dreaming. It's good to dream. Yeah, where is the patch note? Oh, they raid Wujido. Where is our patch notes? Oh, I think we got raided on YouTube. Is anyone here on YouTube from the Diablo raid campfire? We're gonna cover the Sorc change stuff here, waiting for the patch notes. Hey, Uber Goods! How are you doing? How was the campfire? We're waiting for the patch note for for starting crafting the stuff. They dropped the patch note? What's that? I'm not gonna link your Google link. What's that? Hey everyone on YouTube. How are you doing, guys? How was the campfire? If you got any question, like general question or question about the Sorc, feel free to ask on YouTube. Tell them to also watch on YouTube. I mean, if they watch on oh, it's here. If they watch on YouTube, they probably prefer to watch on YouTube. So, okay, check this. Also, need to change something on the sound for YouTube. Okay. Fractured winter glass swap to inherent affix. Yeah, that's a huge nerf, like very, very huge. It means it's only gonna be 0.3 instead of 0.8. Please make Sorc OP and meta. I already have a lot of build incoming. Many build already ready, but now I'm gonna look at the patch and I'm gonna look at how much they destroy ours. What? Extra damage for each trigger missed while on cooldown? The tooltip for Unstable has been updated to what? Unleashed instead of is also cast. Yeah, never mind. What? They're really sunsetting Lightning Spear very hard, going from 60 Lightning Spear to 12. Yeah, Unstable Current never triggered. Like the cast from Unstable Current did not trigger like Teleport Enchant for the moment. No, 12 Lightning Spear is not okay. Lightning Speed double casts, double damage, oh, that's a joke. They really destroyed the Lightning Spear very badly. The non-winter glass, yeah, it's strong, but 12 Lightning Spear is not nearly enough. Like 12 Lightning Spear, like if you could have 30 Lightning Spear would be okay, but 12 really sucks. Okay, this is whatever. The tooltip now properly convey critical damage scaling. What does that mean? What did they change about Interclass? Aspect of element and constellation damage increased to 1050? Yo, Roid, what's up? Yeah, it triggered Enlightenment, but that was a bug. But it doesn't trigger Teleport Enchant and other stuff as far as I know. So that was not a big deal. But like Lightning Speed is a bit I'm a bit worried about Lightning Spear, to be honest. It seems like they tried very hard. Ball lightning, chain lightning is the only thing? No, chain lightning is not the only thing left. I think I can still make lightning spear back. I can make lightning spear work. I think it should be alright. I have some plans to making lightning spear work, but let's keep going over the patch and let's see how the sunsets, how much the sunset the Sorc. But will deal extra damage for each trigger missed while on cooldown? I think that did that so we don't lag anymore. Yeah, the double cast is over, it's dead. It doesn't exist anymore. I also have a build with this one. There is some kind of build with this. Blah, okay. A chance. Lightning speed, a double cast, a fixed chance. Lightning speed deal double damage. That reminds me of blizzards. Like increasing the size of blizzards. Yeah, the basically if you crit, like from what I've understand this, every damage that you deal while it's on cooldown is just gonna release the damage on the next one. On the next 0.2. That's just to prevent from lag, I think. Elemental Summoner? Yeah. Paragon. Cap. That's whatever. What? They make it even harder. We met blah blah blah. What, that's it? All class? Why it is all class and now? Head of Perdition. There is nothing about hair. Wait, there is something else here. Oh, that's 2.2. Okay, that's the final one. So we should look at this one, right? Oh no! What did you use to Azurath? Frostburn? Nothing? They did not do anything with Azurath. 2x damage, but the thing is lightning speed doesn't do damage. It's all from splintering energy. Hey, Polonium X-Ray, thank you so much for your prime. Welcome in. Julian and Ella do not guaranteed a mythic. What? What's that? What does that even mean? It says that they don't guarantee a mythical drop. Yes, no boss guaranteed mythical drop, but it's twice as higher as other boss. What does that mean? It just 2x the drop rate, but it's normal that it's not guaranteed. So why they say, like, I just don't understand this. Yeah, the guaranteed line is very misleading people. Stand still for... That's literally the same. Wow, the Vex is actually 400 to 1000? This is more than dead. Why would you think that is guaranteed if you have 2x more time to loot a mythical? It doesn't mean it's 100%. For that game? Yeah, of course. When you kill one Uber bosses, you don't get one mythical unique. That's logical, I think. Your critical damage reduction, what? It's not critical damage reduction, it's cooldown reduction here, right? Like Yomi is cooldown reduction, it's not critical damage reduction. That's a mistake, I think. It's cooldown here. Like 99% sure it's cooldown from this one. Here also is cooldown. What do you mean, Koji? The intelligence is just revert like 100 intelligence is 10% damage, you mean? The Barb, the Druid, we don't care, Rogue, Sorcerer, Burning Instinct. Damage, crits. Okay. Static Surge. Okay. Damage. Actually, they are giving us a lot of critical strike damage, but why? That's also actually very nice. Mana change to conjuration cooldown, but the thing is, we don't even need that much cooldown anymore. The audio for a mythic unique dropping no text priority over other sound. Wow, I'm very happy to hear about that. Are you gonna be streaming OP Sorc build on Friday? Yeah, I can do that. I have a lot of footage, but the thing is, I can stream some footage of the early access if you guys want. But the thing is, there is no mention of what do you call that? Azurath and Frostburn, so maybe we're gonna play that then. Scroll of Restoration, unbreaking item, that's nice. Bug fix, item and tempering. Where are the fucking Sorc? Yeah, maybe. Thanks for your tier 1 sub for the second one, yeah. So Lightning Spear Hybrid got Giga nerf. If you wanna play Hybrid, maybe we can still play it pure Lightning Spear, but the Hybrid version got destroyed. Where are the Sorc here? Oh, it's here. But this is what PTR we already know, I think. Res capping is wild. We can still use Rakanot, I guess. Rakanot is fine. And we got a lot of all resistance on Paragon. Oh, they buff Starlight again. The cost is only 120 instead of 200.
If anyone can save Sorc, it's gonna be you in Northward collab cheeky smiley face.
Thanks, Shadow Maze. We are discussing about that. We're gonna try to do something. What are these? Oh, this is the Druid. I'm an idiot. Necromancer. Frog. Sorc. Crime Deep Freeze. Okay, this is useless. They didn't change anything from our board, I think. Yeah. Wow. They increased the mods for everything. Pit 100 no end. Where do you see this? I think they mentioned something like this on the live stream, right? During the campfire shot, I think they mentioned that. I don't think we're gonna hit 100 now. We're gonna hit 100 if we got a bugged item like Herd of Perdition and Azurath and stuff, we can hit that. But without any bugs, it might be a little bit hard. Fixed damage shoot did more damage to turn than intended. What? The mastery? They added 50 level to pits where? Oh, that's true. I think everything around pit 100 gonna be for Spiritborn, and us we're gonna play like under that. So we can go to pits 150, yes. Where do you see the core stat, Cody, by the way? Yeah, the Sorc is kind of dead. It's not very main stat. Oh, okay, main stats. The 2x increase applied to main stat contribution skill has been reverted to pre-page 2.0 value. Does that mean it was... Is it still 8%, like 8 intelligence for 1% damage, or they just revert it to like 10 intelligence for 1%? It's still 8% for 1%? What does that mean? Great Nace has arrived. Oh, I was going to tell you you forgot your emotes. Do Max already have the new Paragon board updates? Nothing on chatter? A buff to fire? What's buff to fire? Elemental Surge? What's Elemental Surge? You mean Elemental Constellation? What's our plan? There is a new aspect we can abuse, probably. What is Elemental Surge? You mean Elemental Constellation, right? No, I think they adjusted. They just didn't mention that. Elemental Constellation, we don't know. We don't know at all if it's buffs. Yeah, so intelligent was 8 intelligence for 1%. I mean, it was 4 intelligence for 1%, and now it's 8 intelligence for 1%. Hey, Quickie Death, Virgin, thank you for your prime. what happened? They decide to sunset the Sorc. Do we say sunsetting or sunset? What's the correct wording? Sunsetting or sunset? Maybe we can make a video about that right now. What did he say? What did Adam Fletcher say? Did he say sunsetting? Or did he say sunsets? Okay, we're gonna summarize that. Let me open my drive. Ethan Tipo? Yeah, I mean, maybe we can play that then. It's real, but it depends how it works. It depends if he counts like the frozen orb cast by lightning spear, if it counts the skill cast by unstable current and stuff, you know. It just depends. Elemental surge is useless, yes. The patch notes, it's here. Wait, where is YouTube? But the thing with Dagger Constellation is you can play Raymond, you can pull everything and just every 3 seconds hit everything, like pull everything and every 3 seconds hit. I don't think you play Elemental Constellation in the build, you build around Elemental Constellation. Because you need the pulling effects, otherwise it doesn't work. And it's only one every 3 seconds. It needs like some AoE. So, let's see what they did. It's only one every 3 seconds. I mean, it's charge everything, but it's only damage 1 every 3 seconds.
Have to head to work. Good luck on saving Sorc for us, I have faith.
Thank you, Shadow Mage. Have a good day and good work. Where was the patch note about Conjuration Mastery 2? What else? Oh, they already changed the temper. Where are the temper? Oh, it was the other one. So this is after, I guess. Is there other nerf aside that? Ultimate is moved worldly? Yeah, Ultimate is worldly now. It's only free, I think. Okay, I'm not gonna do it this way. Yes. Do you see any more nerf than this or not? No, it's not a cheapo. It's really 1050. They confirmed that on Twitter. I think that's a typo for council boss. They just drop legendary item. But do you see more nerf than that or not? That's the nerf that I remember. Is there any other nerf? MD, do you have something else on the nerf or not? I think that's enough to destroy the build. Wait, I need to log on Diablo to check how it was before. It's not 20, it's 30. No one's playing the pure version of Lightning Spear. It doesn't matter. I will make one version too. But the thing is, the pure version of Lightning Spear is a lot weaker than the Winter Glass on Season 5 because we used to have 60 conjuration out. And on the pure Lightning we had like 15 maybe. Yeah, but that's gonna be the strongest build of the weakest build of Season 5. Yeah, you can't reach a 30 stack anymore because it's 12 plus 6 Ice Blades plus 2 Hydra plus 6 Familiar, I think. So that's 24. You can only have 26. You can't. The Familiar is capped, I think. No, it's not. Is the Familiar capped? Isn't the Familiar capped at 6? Yeah, the Familiar is capped at 6, like if I remember correctly. No, if it's capped at 5, it's gonna be capped at 5, even if you use Familiar Enchant, it doesn't matter. What are you talking about? I think it's the same. I don't think it's like Ice Blades. I think it's only like 5 maximal. It's 6. Where, okay, let me scrap the Familia. Okay, this is pretty clear. I think it's 6. It doesn't, it's the same if it come from enchantment or like casting. I think it should be the same. Okay, I'll add that. Wait, maybe I should take more. So I don't understand the cap of 30 conjuration if you can't go beyond 26 or 28, I forgot, like 12, 12, 24. Yeah, you can go beyond 26. What's the point of having conjuration capped at 30 if you can't go beyond 26? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but to me, I don't understand. Hello, Fede. Hydra enchant, aspect plus enchant. Yeah, but you're not gonna use that. It's 24. If you have aspect, you can go to 25 plus enchant. You can go maybe to 26. 6. You can get a 1 more Hydra. So it's 24. You go to 25 and then you get 3 more from enchants, which is 28. It's still not 30. Let's go into our training room. Yeah, so you use Iceblade enchant plus Hydra enchant. Hydra enchant. Maximum, that's gonna be 3. After spending 200 mana, 5 or 6 seconds. How much mana can you spend? I think you can only spam 1. Okay, there is 1 5-head here. You see, it's only 1. You can only get 1 from enchant. The one of... If you spawn another one, the other one disappear, I think. Does it? This is Hydra Enchants. Yeah, but I think when you spawn one, the other one doesn't spawn. Like it automatically despawn. Because this is 3 heads, this is 5 heads. Hugh Frozen Knob is buffed with Winterglass Change, why? No, I mean all resistance was just on the implicits. It's not a buff, it's the exact same. The all resistance just go to replace the cooldown and you can masterwork resistance to all element now. Yeah, I mean 10 resist to all element is not like huge buff. It's like whatever, 10 resistance to all elements, you can just leave. You can find it anywhere, I mean it's not a big deal. But MD, do you see other nerf than this? That's it? That's enough for the nerf. We can make a little video about that. Yeah, splintering aspect too. I mean, the splintering aspect is not really a nerf. Thank you, X-Karma, for your message. I hope I can make a new funny build for season 6. But yeah, that's another chance to masterwork wrong on that shitty items. One more chance to masterwork it wrong. How about that? It depends constellation if it's bug or not. Because I think constellation is per cast. In theory, it should not work if you say per cast. We just used topaz, I think. Dodge in Paragon? I guess so, but it's not very relevant. Blizzard, I don't think Blizzard is that good, but Frozen Orb with Splintering Energy is definitely still good because you never had a lot of Splintering Energy outs. No, there is also Azurath and Frostburn. Azurath and Frostburn and Squish is giga crazy, man. Azurath, I don't think you want to play Azurath and Frostburn with Constellation. You want to play Constellation or Azurath and Frostburn, but not both. Why my conjuration are so low? What the fuck? Constellation is saying that way, according to Adam Fletcher. Azurath and Frostburn, they don't have any. We don't have any notes on that, so it might just stays. Nobody know. I mean, we know, but okay, I have 60 conjuration. Also, that's what they said. Wait, no, it's 8. The intelligence got nerfed a lot too. Yeah, I played the early access. I'm gonna play Sorc. I don't care about Spiritborn. The Butcher Lightning Spear beta TV, yeah. Pretty much a lot. I got the page here of all the nerf. Lightning Spear playable. It should be on the pure Lightning Spear version, but probably not. Like this one on very endgame, it should not be very strong. What Sorc are we gonna play? We're gonna play Spiritborn. Level 60 you can start switching your build to something else now. I'm gonna make a leveling guide too. And you should stop around level 60, I guess. Spiritborn sucks. Do you really think there is a way that Spiritborn sucks? Do you really believe in that? Is there like even a little bit of chance? Spiritborn 1 versus 5 all the class. Any chance? Yeah. Well, I have many ideas, but we need to see. A lot of changes and addition I did not expect. They're gonna buff crackling energy maybe. new meta build. For the moment, Lightning Spear, Frozen Orb, Winterglass doesn't seem strong at all. But we might find a way to make it work on pure Lightning Spear. No, I don't think Isadora is strong enough because 15% to make the proc is too bad. Blizzard is working remaining build. I think I will go for Chain Lightning. They adjusted Isadora on the PTR already, I think, no? I think they adjusted that from the PTR. Chain Lightning seems pretty strong, especially, I'm gonna tell you now, if they don't squish Azurath and Frostburn, I will go for Chain Lightning now. Right now, if the season starts, I will go Chain Lightning and use Azurath, for sure. Chain Lightning was one. Chain Lightning is alright on single target. Lightning Spear struggled a bit on single target. You almost want to buy the expansion just to cancel your order with the comment about Lightning Spear enough. I can put your comment in my video if you want. What build are you gonna play? I'm gonna play Lightning Spear. What do you think? Blizzard have a chance. All damage. Blizzard is pretty good, but the problem is Blizzard is you have to lay down the Blizzard and you have to wait for Blizzard to start dealing damage and ramp up on the damage. That's the biggest problem on Blizzard. It's just too slow in general. Otherwise, it's pretty strong, I think, in terms of damage and gameplay. But the thing is, yeah, you just have to wait too much on Blizzard. Yo, Psychology Jude, I was talking about you to my friend yesterday, I think. we were talking about psychology. Are you still here, Rhyme? Because I think Rhyme is in psychology too. Yeah, so psychology, I was talking to Ram, I think yesterday or the day after, and I was talking of psychology, and I was like, oh, there was one guy in the stream. He also loved to talk about psychology, nationality. I'm from France. Attacks it frozen orb? I don't think so. Splintering energy 12 speeds out is still doing a lot of damage, especially because you can scale it with critical strike damage. Lightning speed slow. I mean, you mean Blizzard? Lightning speed is still fast. Blizzard? No, I don't think the runes can make Blizzard faster because the thing on Blizzard is you have to stack several Blizzard to make it work. You have to lay down your Blizzard at the same point to make it work. Yeah, so Melodia, the war cry is just the first war cry without the enhancement, which is 24% loss, damage loss. And Petrify is now just a stun. Petrify doesn't do anything anymore. Like Petrify basically is ripped. It just a stun and gives you resource now. Wait, where is that? Right. Warcry is we still use Warcry, I think, because it's still damage, but it's 24% less damage. Now it's just 15% damage. And Petrify. Yeah, Petrify is just now a stun. Basically, it just stuns enemy around you and it gives you resource back. Utility stuff, don't even think about that. I doubt. I think if we ever use something, we're just gonna use Topaz Rune. That's it. resource. You never net resource MG with Conjuration Mastery stack, and furthermore you have the new Lucky Hit Chance mana, which is more than enough. So we never need a resource. Yeah, we don't use skill to ranks. No, the new key passive doesn't auto-pick anymore here. It doesn't gain stack from Winter Glass and stuff. We're not gonna use Shaco anymore, I think. Everyone just gonna use Hair of Perdition. Eternal Guy Forever. I'm gonna play Sorc. I don't care much about Spiritborn. Like, it's not. Save the Sorc. I can't save something that cannot be saved, but we're gonna find something, it's fine. Like, it's not like we can't play anymore. They just hit us a bit hard. Fire Bill with Meteor. Thanks for your cherry on sub, Psychology Judes. No notification? I think you have to make the notification pop, I think? What's the current max lightning spear? Yeah, they reduce it to 12. We have CGR with Rune. It's not relevant enough to use, I think, the CGR. Any chance for familiar lightning spear hybrid build? Unfortunately not. There is no chance for familiar. Familiar is just very bad in general. Familiar is just very good for leveling. Where are the nerfs about the glyph, by the way? Is that the nerf? Hey Shamsa, what's up? I will be back for Vessel of Hatred, but yeah, for the moment, I'm very busy with early access and I don't have much thing to stream. You pre-order today after seeing all the nerf? I'll be back in a second and then I will start recording and explaining all the nerf going around our class. That fucking hurts me. There is nothing about Flame Shield. I haven't seen anything about Flame Shield. I can't talk about anything of the early access. But in Tuesday we can talk about that. Hey Nicholas333. Thank you for the second month. I was wondering if people miss me during me not streaming. Because I haven't streamed for like a bit now. Like 10 days I think. It was supposed to be a break but I played so much, oh my god. Thank you, Mindfreak. But right now, the beginning, the comeback for me is pretty hard. I'm struggling a bit right now. I wonder where all my viewer base is. They're probably gonna come back when it's time to at the beginning of the season to see the build. Watch his XQZs. They are dead like the Sorc. Oh. G4 bad. PUE2 coming in anyway. People was pretty happy with the campfire chat, but I think they didn't see old enough. In the campfire chat, they was mostly talking about Vessel of Hatred, new content and stuff. The world is gonna end soon. What is the change? I'm gonna explain the change on Winterglass during the video. Hey Nick Crew for Fun, thank you so much for your raid. Welcome in, my friends. How was the stream? How was the campfire? Okay, we're gonna record and I'm gonna explain everything in the video about the nerf. Going to skip next season? I can't skip next season, I have to stream. So I removed the chat for the video. It's gonna make it like more clean, I guess. Cause the Sorc enough? I know. Hey yo, Kushdo Bronk, did you miss me? Okay, I'm gonna record the video. You can watch the video because I'm gonna go all over the nerf that they did to the Sorc. Don't me it too long? What do you mean? I miss everyone from my stream, yeah, for sure. What bill I'm copying? Yo, Laser Lemon, thank you for your first month trek. Congrats. I guess I'm still gonna play Lightning Spear, I guess. Hey everyone, I've been very busy lately with the early access, playing a lot of early access of Vessel of Hatred. I'm preparing a lot of video. Our NDA gonna leave in 2 days. I will be able to post a lot of content, exclusive content. Let me know in the comment section what kind of video you would like to see. If you want to see like Undercity, Dark Citadel, Mercenary, stuff like this. But today's video we are just out of the campfire chat and the patch notes just dropped for Vessel of Hatred, and after reading that I have no words. I'm not gonna go through all the patch notes. I'm gonna just focus on the build, like the best build of the season 5, the most popular build that everyone plays, and unfortunately it seems like they kind of destroy it. It seems like they really nerf our best build. It's like no fun is allowed. Every time we have one good build, they nerf it. Like, I don't know if you remember Ball Lightning Season 2, they nerfed it. Everything is just nerf. So we're gonna go, I made a little summarize here. I'm gonna go over this and explain what's the nerf and why that's a nerf. And yeah. So the first nerf is the Lightning Spear double cast tempering. They change it for spear double damage. That's like, I don't really understand that. So here, as you can see on live, we are here on season 4. We had chance for a second lightning spear when cast, 100% for that. So basically, when you cast a lightning spear, you have 100% to cast a second. There is 2 out, and they remove that. And now your lightning spear gonna deal double damage, which is very irrelevant because you don't have rank in lightning spear. All your damage is coming from this, from splintering energy. So what they did with this is like, they just nerfed the temper because basically we're not even gonna use the lightning spear temper anymore because it just do nothing. The next one is Fracture Winterglass. This is probably one of the biggest nerf. It's not the biggest there. We are coming for the bigger nerf. This one is cooldown reduction conjuration kill has been swapped with the inherent all resistant affix. What does that mean? That means here. As you can see on that Fractured Winterglass, we got conjuration cooldown on the affix. They're gonna switch that with resistance to all element. It means like even with masterworking, it's gonna stay between 0.1 and 0.3. Before that, you could masterwork it 3 times to get 0.8. As you might seen in my video, every time you cast one explosion, gonna reduce the cooldown by 0.8 seconds. Now it's gonna be 0.3. So what you see here, like the perma non-cooldown on lightning spear, is gonna be almost 3 times slower. So you won't be able to spam lightning spear anymore. They're gonna be cooldown between your lightning spear. It means you're gonna have a lot of lightning spear outs, means a lot less damage. And furthermore, you're gonna have 1 dead stat on the affix of the Winterglass. If you wanna masterwork something, it goes to all resistant, it's a waste. Like all the affix on the Winterglass are pretty, like it does something, but now you're gonna get all resistant instead of conjuration cooldown, which is a very bad, like that's really significant nerf to me. We going to the next one. This one is probably the biggest nerf possible that they've made. It means that your conjuration, your lightning spear is capped at 12. Iceblade is already capped at 3. The Iceblade Enchant is also capped at 3, but now Lightning Spear is capped at 12. That's like probably the biggest nerf, because as you can see here, we get our conjuration, we can reach like 60, 63, 64 here. You can look at the conjuration stack going up. From all those conjurations, we're at like 62, 59, 62, yeah, let's say we got 52, we got 3 from Iceblade Enchant, we got 3 more from we only get 3 more from Iceblade because Frozen Orb and the Ancient Iceblade share the same, so it's 3 from Iceblade, we get 2 from Hydra, that is from Frozen Orb, so let's say we get like 55 Lightning Spear out, now it's going to be capped at 12, you can only get 12 Lightning Spear out. It means you go from 55 to 12 lightning spear, the damage is divided by like more than 3. You get like 3 times less lightning spear out, which is very huge. There is also, this is enlightened passive, it's just a bug fix, I guess. it used to count frozen orb and the stack, but it doesn't anymore. That's not a big deal. But this also, the effect can only happen 0.2 seconds, but will deal extra damage for each trigger miss while on cooldown. That should not be a problem, but I'm a bit worried. I'm gonna show you why I'm a bit worried on Lightning Spear. So let's say here you have a group of enemy here. You have like a pack. They are just pack. You are here. You are casting your Lightning Spear. Let's say you have like, let's say we have the cap Lightning Spear, 12 Lightning Spear. The Lightning Spear are hitting here, right? They are just hitting the enemies. But what if you got some enemies here, here, and here? And during the 0.2 seconds, like you deal one, everything is stacked. You hit the middle, you deal the damage to everything here. But what if 0.2 seconds later, one of your lightning spear gonna hit this monster here and no one's around? It means like all the damage that you have stacked here, just gonna deal damage to one enemies here. So this is not gonna take damage because there is 0.2 second cooldown now, and I'm a bit concerned of worried of how that will work. For the moment, we don't exactly know what it means, but I'm a little bit concerned about that. On paper, it should not do anything, but we will see in practice how does that gonna affect us, because when you play Lightning Spear, as you know, you can't pack every enemies in one point. There's always enemy around. So we are going to the next nerf. The next nerf is this one. Conjuration Mastery is now capped at 30. As you can see, on live we could reach 60. What is Conjuration Mastery? I have 10 ranks here. It means when I have 60, it means 60% more damage. If it's capped at 30, it's less. It becomes 300. So instead of have 600 X damage, you only have 300 X damage. Like it's a lot of damage loss, and furthermore, they nerf that because you can only have 12 Lightning Spear outs if you use Ice Blade Ancient and you cast Ice Blade. You can have 6 more Conjuration, but I don't know yet if we're gonna cast Ice Blades. But let's say we do. And you also got Familiar from the Frozen Orb proc of the Winter Glass, and you have 2 Hydra also from the Winter Glass Amulet. But I don't think we're gonna be close to 6 Familiar. But in the best case scenario, you can have, let's say, 26 Conjuration, which is not even 30 Conjuration. From what I've seen on the PTR, it was very hard to reach 30 Conjuration. We were more about 20 Conjuration, which means 20, you go from 600 damage to 200% damage. That's another big nerf. And then we're just gonna look at like more general nerf. The intelligence nerf, the tricks increase applied to the main stat contribution to the skill damage has been reverted to the pre-patch node 2.0. It means that before, like on the PTR 4, intelligence was 1% damage. 8 intelligence is now 1%, which means 800 intelligence is 200, but now they revert it and it's only 100% damage. More general nerf that I feel like it's very important to note. We also got the nerf of the war cry, the home rune. Everyone was using this rune. It was like very powerful, but they nerf it. Now it's only use the base war cry instead of enhanced war cry. Now it's only give 15% more damage. And it's 24% less damage than before. And Petrify, this is now useless basically. What it does, Petrify now just does like it releases a blast wave around you that's gonna stun enemy and now gonna give you 100 resources. It says spirit, but I guess for the Sorc it's gonna give you mana back. But yeah, it just in case all nubby enemy in stone, stunning them for 4 seconds, but doesn't give you any critical strike damage anymore. So yeah, with all this, I think Lightning Spear Winterglass is nerfed a lot. It might be still viable if you play, if you don't push in the super endgame pits. It might be viable if, like for general content, like farming, speed farming, doing some hordes maybe, because you can't get so many lightning spear out. But for pushing the pits, it got really nerfed. And in this patch, I haven't seen many buffs or compensation that they give to us. The only things that I've noticed is aspect of elemental constellation. This one, I'm probably going to make another video about the potential build that's going to be the best for Season 6 or like a tier list. If you're interested in that, just let me know in the comment section. I just noticed that this aspect of elemental constellation, that the damage was increased from 50, 70 to like 50 to 1050, like 1050% damage of your weapon damage is huge, and we don't really know how that works yet. If like the damage increased, but that's gonna say the damage increased by 1050% per matching element skill you cast, but does that count the skill that are cast by your conjuration? If you use Winterglass, if your conjuration cast a frozen orb, does that count? Does that count the double cast? Does that count the cast of unstable current? There is definitely something to do around that. I will definitely look into that if it's really 1050% for the Season 5. And yeah, I'll probably make another video to talk more about this one. And the other potential best build for the Season 6. This is mostly big nerf to Winterglass, but we might have a way to make it work without Winterglass and going pure lightning speed without Frozen Orb and Winterglass using only shock skill. I will also look into that in Season 6. So stay tuned, and I will be streaming all this anyway on the launch of Vessel of Hatred if you want to come and ask me questions and see what I'm going. And I think that's it for me today. Thanks for watching, and I will see you later. Adam already answered, yeah. Elemental Constellation is the truth. But the thing is, it hits one time every 3 seconds, and we don't know how exactly that works, if it counts unstable current and stuff, as I said. So it's very hard to tell. If it counts every skill cast by your conjuration via Winterglass and stuff, that's definitely going to be great, but did anyone watch the record? Was it okay? Can I post it like this? It seems short, so it's all good. Was it okay to you, Neon? Like the explanation, was it clear enough? I will post that now, I think, so people can see. Did you understood what I say? But you understand because you play Sorc. RIP LS, yeah, kind of. But no worry too much, I have plans. I have plans for that. We're gonna talk about that on October 4th. I don't know when I can talk. I will ask them when I'm out of jail. I don't know. What do you want to talk about anyway? We are not playing the final version of the game, so I don't know. A countdown? I don't even know when the NDA left anyway. No news. I mean, we don't have Giga news to talk about. Oh, when I talk about aspects of constellation, it was people could not see, but I guess it's alright. Not a big deal. No, Fireball, they didn't say anything about Shatter. Add to Shatter and the Dagger Pierce, but the Shatter doesn't feed itself. I think they're gonna destroy the Fireball Shatter. So many people complain about that. There is no way they let that live. I don't see a world that that they leave it. I already know. I mean, don't make me say what I didn't even say. You can try to guess from what I'm saying, but I'm not saying anything. You can just assume from what I'm saying if it's enough or not, but I haven't said anything. Just saw the patch notes? I have a video here. I just recorded that if you want to see. Hey Kuro, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. The second month. Welcome in again. Are you ready for Vessel of Hatred? I never ever had COVID of my life, I think. Why? How many of those was lightning spear? Probably 20. Might have to play Rogue. Now you can say on Sorc. I still haven't made a video about what's the best build. Now the thing is, all your lightning spear are not coming from the double cast. So to be fair, the double cast tempering is not that huge nerf. It's like it might be like 10% damage nerf. It's not big. I don't know what's COVID. I've never tested, got tested the COVID, when they put the thing in your nose. I never tested that too. So 12 lightning speed is not nearly enough. We probably had 2 times that on the PTR and 5 times that on live. Not 5 times, but 4 something. Yeah, but the thing is, double damage temper doesn't do shit. Lightning speed doesn't do any damage. Yeah, but the thing is, this season it's not the same on this season. Let me check my video about the speed farming. I forgot. The previous version who clear? What do you mean? On the previous version? Preview? I mean, we can't say that. What question is that? There is no point to double cast since you can cap without it, but the thing is there are no temper that are useful. Yeah, but we can't say that. Because it's really to assume what he and I play. So where is my speed farming video? I need to check the fucking conjuration out. No, he is talking about the early access, which is something different. Hey, Justin Oliver 15, thank you so much for your prime. Welcome in. The thing is, the speed farming version also got nerfed because you could reach more than like 25 conjuration, which means it's a lot more than 12 lightning spear. You had around like 25 conjuration on average, I think, on the speed farming build. And it's more than 12 lightning spear because it's come from unstable current and autocast. Yeah, I think lightning spear can still be one of the best. Maybe not the best, but one of the best. I don't know, I can't tell. I never had COVID, fortunately. You can run chance for Frozen Up to cast twice, but I mean, it's alright to do that. What will be new in the glass? It's in my video, I think. Hey, Odin Singh, long time no see. How are you doing in China or Taiwan? I didn't know I have those.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Elemental Constellation, it depends how it works. Because it can only shoot once every 3 seconds. You can't wait. You're gonna find out very soon on Friday. Why would I have ever had COVID? Maybe I had COVID and no symptoms, so I don't know that I had COVID, you know? Yeah, Blizzard build seems pretty low. No, because Tyler Martignac, Lightning Spear doesn't do any damage. All the damage is coming from the aspect splintering energy, so doubling the damage of Lightning Spear doesn't do anything. As I said, Elemental Constellation have definitely potential, but hitting once every 3 seconds is a big F. Because once every 3 seconds mean you have to pull every enemy together. Every 3 seconds that's gonna shoot, you need to have enemies pull together, and then your Elemental Constellation shoot everything with Raymond. I think it's 3 every 3 seconds. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Something in the Firewall Shatter? I hope not. I never ever want to hear about this build, please. Man, I can't wait to stream again for Vessel of Hatred. Right now there is really nothing to do for me. Anyone need something in this game? Anyone's want the Winter Glass or Raymond or whatever? All of this gonna be trashed anyway. 150 gonna take me too much. I need to go play the early access and record more video. 4GA Isadora. To be honest, I don't think Isadora gonna be the play. Try to farm Ring of... Why? Ring of Misfortune gonna go to Eternal Realm, so... There is no real reason to farm that, is there? There is no one in my clan playing. Look at this, no one is playing.
I cannot do that here.
Easter eggs. Yeah, but if you got it on Eternal Realm, it doesn't do anything, right? You wanna play it on Seasonal Realm. I don't know what is Ring of Misfortune. I assume that it's something about the cow level? That would be my guess.
I cannot do that here.
Ring of Misfortune is not for the cow level? That's what I heard. Man, I'm gonna miss my Sorc. I had so much fun with the Sorc. You're playing with a peer offline? Why? You don't want people to bothering you? Two. And it's too bad that my NDA it's still on. The thing is, I feel like I can't do anything right now. There is nothing for me to do. I can't talk about stuff. I can't craft because we don't have the Paragon change yet. This power is gone. Last tribute to Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear, that was good old time. But it's fine, we can find something else. I mean, I already have a lot of idea. We're gonna talk about that when I stream the launch of the season. Are you guys gonna be there at 1 AM? I would stream definitely like 12 or 24 hour. Yeah, 1 AM starting time for us is really bad. Like really bad, because I will be awake for a while, so I cannot go like for 24 hours easily. Because if I go for 24 hours, it's like 36 hours for me. Thanks, Hillary. Thanks for your support, everyone, for being here. That helps a lot. I mean, everyone was expecting a big nerf of Lightning Spear. It's not a big surprise, I think. It's pretty common that when you have a strong build, they nerf it after. Yeah, Dream World, just look at my video in the pinned message. I explain everything about the nerf. Oh, God. I did not pay attention. I can't sleep at the day. I mean, when you're sleeping, when you have a schedule, you can't just change your schedule like so easily. It just like tell you, let's say you work every day at 2 PM and I say just sleep at 2 PM. You can't. Why are you hiding? Hiding what? Not the cutting of the head. I mean, I thought they would nerf Lightning Spear. I thought what they did on the PTR was enough. But what I did not expect is the cap at 12. 12 Lightning Spear Conjuration capped is too much. If they did like 20, that would be more than okay. 20 is okay, but 12 is not okay to me. It's too much. I'm glad I was number 1 on the gauntlet when it was not so bug, but now it's just giga bug. Once upon a time when I used to play gauntlet, it was not so buggy. Yeah, okay, real talk. I don't care that they nerf Lightning Spear, but the thing is, reading the patch notes, I didn't see any significant buff to any build, right? Except Elemental Constellation, that might be okay. But aside that, there is really nothing for us, right? They didn't buff anything. Everything is so backed. I don't know any of those names from what I used to play. There is only that Chinese guy who used to compete with us, but I don't know any of those. Only new name. Yeah, 7 PM for NA is great. It's perfect. When it was 7 PM for Europe, it was also perfect for us. Yeah, but I don't wanna exploit stuff. Not interested in playing with bugs. That still got some good in it. I forge more than horseshoes and nail. Talk is dead now. I mean, it's alright, but the lightning spear might be a bit scuffed now. I have some idea about build that's gonna be stronger than lightning spear. But the thing is, I need to play the game and to test. I need to play it on live. Lightning Speed should still able to do T4 because apparently T4 is very hard now to reach T4. Like, you know, T4 did not used to be the endgame, but T4 now gonna be the endgame for Vessel of Hatred, I think. Because they said on the live stream that on the PTR, people was reaching the T4 too easily, and they really wanna make, you know, when you reach T4, you're really playing the endgame. Time for iShot build. I mean, they have no change about iShot build, so. I think in any case it's gonna be easy for blasters, but maybe, you know, when let's say 80% of the people could go to World Tier 4, maybe it's only gonna be 40% now. Back to Blizzard, I would like to play Ball Lightning, but man. Number 79, congrats. That's too bad that we don't have Gauntlet reward this time. Wait, my cam is gone again. I don't know why my cam is always gone. Wake up at 5 p.m. So I'm probably gonna wake up at 5 p.m. But the problem is even if I wake up at 5 p.m., I will be awake 8 hours. It means if I go for like 24 hours, I won't be sleeping for more than 30 hours. I don't like that. I'll probably do 24-hour stream and not sleep for more than 30 hours, but that's really sucks. Like, man. Start streaming earlier. I don't think I'm gonna stream at 7. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not gonna stream 6 hours of nothing. Maybe I will start streaming 2 hours before, you know. But Splintering doesn't have lucky hit chance as far as I know. Two great Sorc on camera at the same time. Grabbing subs. I'm not businessman enough for those. But I will release a leveling build 1 day before the launch, I think. I think that's a good timing. Like 1 day before the launch, I'm gonna release a leveling build. And during the launch, I'm gonna release the endgame build. Like when you reach level 60, what do you do now? I'm gonna release a build for that. And then I'm gonna release my last build when I can test it and get my hands on it. 1 day before launch, leveling guide, and the day of the launching when people are playing, I'm gonna release my endgame build. Like, what do you do after level 60, probably. So, like, people are playing and then they reach level 60, they watch the video, probably. just stay in the night more awake. But I'm already staying, like I'm a vampire, guys. Right now I'm sleeping at 7 AM, like 8 AM. I'm already a vampire. I have a build ready for the endgame, yeah. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna share that later, but I know what I'm gonna play 1 to 60, and I know what I'm gonna play from 60 to the endgame. I can make the leveling guide today maybe, but I think most of the people, they are not really preparing. And the people that are preparing, they are sweaty gamers, they don't need me. I mean, maybe they watch what I say, but like people that are sweaty, they usually don't watch video like 2-3 days before. But yeah, I think since the game seems to be changed and there is new stuff like you have to complete the pits to go in tournament and stuff, maybe I will do a guide of what you should do at what level and what you should play.
Nonsense, we will always need you for our Sorc needs cheeky smiley face.
Thanks, Shadow Mage. The thing is, the game seems to be very different now. Because there are no capstone anymore. The endgame strategy is a bit different too. So I don't know. Do you look down on people that for your build like there is not good enough? No. I think anyone can craft build. People that follow my build, they probably not have time, or you know, they don't want to spend too much time on the game, they just want to enjoy the game and not craft the build. It's totally cool. Not everyone like to craft build. It's not because they can't, it's just probably they don't want to. Like myself on other game, I follow build of people like when I play Wukong and stuff, because I just don't want to. I think it's okay if you want to follow a build. That doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, it's not easy, but it's not. You don't need a PhD for that neither. You can make a build function without copying. I don't know the algorithm, but I just know that 1 or 2 days before the launch, people start to come back, not before that. Just 1 or 2 days, just before the launch, people are starting playing more. You change a bit what my build? Wow, Pit 101. Vessel of Hatred content. No more Lightning Spear. I mean, it's possible that the build I did is not perfect, but usually I try to make it perfect so people don't have to do it. But if people find it and make it better, it's great for them. But usually, since I craft with other Sorc like Northway or Arkwood, there is good chance that is one of the best version, but you can always make another version. Like if you want to play more defensive, you can change some stuff to make it more defensive. It's just me, personally, I am always going full damage. All my build are damage oriented, I don't go defense. Some people might not like it, they prefer to go more defense, you know. From what I've seen from the patch notes, Lightning Spear might not be I can't proper answer. But there are also Azurath and Frostburn. I don't know if you guys have seen, but they did not seem to squeeze to have squished the damage, you know? Quit playing next season? He's playing WoW. I talk to him like pretty much a lot, but he's playing WoW right now. He doesn't seem to have a lot of interest in Diablo for the moment. Not for hardcore? Everything is playable in hardcore. Just don't die. What do you want me to say? Easy, don't die, don't get hit. Hordes. So not for hardcore I read HC, I didn't hit hard. I wasn't reading your message, I was reading Killer Rubs. Oh yeah, in hardcore, people when they ask me to adjust in defense is really not my area. Like, if I think a lot, I can probably adjust my build to make it more defensive, like using reinforced glyph and stuff, but I don't like it. It feels like I'm destroying my build. GA Winterglass Felipe. I have one GA Winterglass Felipe if you're still here on YouTube. I can give you one if you want. Was from YouTube. I read your message a bit late, but if you're still here, probably we have one. I can't see the hour where you sent your message, unfortunately. You can give me your battle tag, I will give you one Winterglass. Miss Chess Mythical, I think it's Tyrell's Might. And instead of Orange Herald you can put Ever Living, I think. Or Concentration. Ever Living is better, I think. It's always, Nyak. I'm here for that. You can ask a question.
I cannot do that here.
Lenza. What winter glass do you have? Oh, that's very sad. But now you have to masterwork this one to 8. Ow. That amulet is probably worth something, no? I don't know. Cats? When you say cats, you say September cats?
Not while I'm in town.
How you doing, Hannah? Are you lurking, Hannah? September cats. Hannah is in our clan now. Welcome again. Thanks for the support, Hannah. Rhyme kick your IRL friends. Right. Did something happen? I mean, I'm not really taking care of all of this, so I don't really know. Okay, fine. Yeah, like usually, I think what we said is in the clan, like 3 weeks after the launch, if people are not offline, 3 weeks after the launch of each season, I think it's over. If you don't come back playing a season, like usually we don't kick inactive people at the end of the season, I think. It's like in the middle of the season if they don't play at all. My clan is not all Sorc. It's like mostly Sorc because I'm Sorc player, but we accept people from all the class. Unlucky for him, he quit just after when he he quit the game after he joined. If you wanna join the clan, you have to join my Discord and apply. I don't really taking decision about clan application. Rhyme is the boss of the application. Like my mods and my admins, they have their role and I don't really interfere in that. Like if they really don't want or something, I'm not gonna fight them. I have another winter glass. Is one of the Sorc want to push? Maybe one of the Sorc wanna try 150. The winter glass is only 1 GA on the cooldown reduction with pretty high aspect, I think. My gold, I can give gold away if people want, I don't care. I think you're holding me like 70 billion too. I don't know how much you are supposed to hold for me, but... You can give me that back 1 week after season 6 if you want. The biggest scam. Pay value 100, I don't wanna get banned. But I don't think you can get 70 billion in 1 week. That's very unlikely, unless they juice something in the game that gives you a lot of gold, but I think it's even more expensive if you buy yourself. You're gonna lose money. Credit warrior. Nice. Oh. But the thing is, people, it's very easy to see who is playing the early access. You just check your friend list and whoever is level 60, they are playing the early access.
I cannot do that here.
Credit warrior. I need to go soon on the early access. I still have some stuff to record, unfortunately. I haven't finished everything. Our early access NDA lived in 1 day, like 24 hours probably. How you get early access? You are content creator, I think. You need to be content creator and maybe Diablo partner. I don't know exactly. How do I apply? There is a section on the Discord to apply. There is a special channel for that. J'ai fait une vidéo KZN si tu veux voir, c'est en épinglé. Mais c'est pas fameux pour l'instant, malheureusement. What version? Now we don't play the final version, but I don't think our version is too far from what they have showcased. Submit with my 2 good score. No, it's not early access. That's just the patch for Vessel of Hatred a little bit in advance. Do you use scroll wheel? Yeah, I can use that. I have to make a video about that, by the way. About tick, trick, and tips. How to start a Diablo well. Man, Felipe already masterwork 3 times on cooldown. What the fuck, man? He's just so fast. Do renown? Oh my god. Renown, that's awful. You just made me think of renown and I have anxiety now. Yeah, but the video about how to click fast and little trick and tips are coming. Anyway, I need to stop soon. I need to record other video offline. Maybe I will stream more before Vessel of Hatred, but I don't know what. I can definitely stream when they leave the NDA, because I'm gonna post some video and some footage. Starting to do some business, as Melodia says. But I'm not good for that, man. I just wanna play. But to do some sort of info stream leading up, but yeah, I will just stream a few hours, not that much then. Renown is the waste of time, but they said the renown, look. This is change. Like this is interverted with this one. So this one's gonna go here. You're gonna get the Paragon point here and the max over is gonna be here. That's gonna be a lot better actually for the new zone, I guess. But the altar of Lilith, God. I remember the altar of Lilith. Wow. You're gonna play Fireball with this shit weapon now? Like, look at those. You had to go. Oh my God. Yeah. The altar of Lilith. Look at this. Yeah, 4 GA Verafiel 65. But in any case, it's the end of the season. It doesn't matter. It's alright. Even if you sell it, the money is gone. One time I did it 2 times, I think, because in season 0, you had to do it again in season 1, I think, and they wanted us to do it every time. I think at some point they said, and people disagreed. They was not okay with that. Yeah. Redoing every season Renown, it's so bad, Melodia. It's too hard. It takes like easily more than 6 hours to do every region. And take all the altar of Lilith? No, I would rather have nothing to do. That's something very boring and annoying to do. I prefer to be bored than running after the Lilith altar. 100%. No, I'm fine. I won't stop streaming anyway. I need to record more stuff. I already hate leveling, but if you add the renown, I'm dead. 200 Altar of Lilies. Best way, someone in your party marked all them for you. But who wanna mark those fucking statues for you? And what if you have no friends? If you have no friends and they don't wanna do it, it's over. I already know what is add and if there is Lily's altar, by the way, but anyway, who do we raid today? Man, there were so many Diablo streamers earlier, but now everyone is gone. Gone. Goodbye. They just stream Campfire and it's gone. Oh, if you're looking for 150 carries, Crafty, a friend of mine, I think, is doing pits 150 carries. I'm gonna raid him then. I think there was people here that was looking for carry. You can ask him. No, Sorc, yo, Anthony. We can go on voice if you want. They destroyed the Sorc, man. I'm gonna play Spiritborn. I don't know what they did to the mob. But on the Sorc they did us dirty. They sunsetted the Sorc. We sunsetting the gauntlet, he says. The gauntlet has been sunsetted. Nah, when the NGA lift, I'm gonna tell you what we do. When the NGA lift, guy, I'm gonna stream again and I'm gonna tell you what build we're gonna play and what build we're gonna do, it's fine. But for the moment, let Lightning Spear rest in peace. What? Going by the forum of the Bob player? They don't need the buff. They are happy seeing Lightning Spear. Nerf is enough for them. The Bob, they don't need the buff. They are happy to see the Sorc getting nerf. Amazing. Yeah, Sorc is the definition of fun on Diablo. Everyone is like the Sorc is the class of the fun. If they nerf the Sorc, they nerf the fun. Okay, you know what? We're gonna stream again on Friday. Tomorrow I need to buy my second screen. I need to upgrade my toaster. Je sais pas, Kazenden. On va essayer de trouver un truc pour compenser ça, mais les nerfs, ils ont été un peu sévères. Anyway, I'm gonna grab raid Crafty 11. He's doing carries. Maybe you're gonna get in a carries 150 for the pits. And yeah, I will probably see you on Friday. I'm gonna try to get more footage of Dark Citadel, Undercity and stuff, so you can see all this. Wait, what is his name? Oh, it's Crafty XX. I almost fell my red, I'm an idiot. Spiritborn will be broken? I think Spiritborn has to be broken anyway. Like otherwise they can't sell the DLC, you know? But I don't know, I don't play Spiritborn, but my guess is Spiritborn is broken. Anyway, thanks everyone for tuning in. I will see you on Friday. And what's love? I'm fine. I'm just ending the stream. But I will be back on Friday showing some footage of a Vessel of Hatreds. You can ask me on Friday. Thanks Hannah for coming in. Have a good day or a good evening. See you. I'm not gonna sleep. I'm gonna record video on the early access. More work to do. Alright, see you guys. Time to NDA blank. Yo, Anthony, it's time to trademark. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, YouTube. You're welcome, everyone.